Okay. Good morning, members. Turn my own volume off on my laptop. Sorry, good morning, everybody. Sorry about that little blip. Okay, welcome to the Environment Economy Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Tuesday, 17th of March. We'll start with agenda item 1. Any apologies?
Oh, there we go.
Just press the right hand
Yeah,
one.
right. So we've got Councillor Sean Bibby for Councillor David Healy, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item 2, any declarations of interest, including whipping declarations? Councillor Bibby?
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Just in relation to the agenda item regarding the task and finish group with the school transport, just declaration of interest as a school governor at Oscar Nice-Garman. Obviously, there is a discussion of Welsh medium provision. And also on the agenda item regarding one council, there is quite a specific example listed in my ward as well.
Councillor Parkhurst?
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Just a point of clarification on the task and finish group item. The Education Committee has been invited as a full sort of voting participants in this meeting. Councillor Fran Lister is substituting for Councillor Gladys Healy in respect of the education side. I just want to make that clear. Thank you. And that has been advised to the Democratic Services Manager.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just on regard to the school transport, I gave a declaration in the committee, but my son does use the school transport. So.
Councillor Lister?
I also have an interest because my children use school transport. I'm not aware that it's a prejudicial interest. I could do with some advice. Personal interest. Thank you.
Councillor Parkhurst again?
Yeah, sorry, Chair. My children use school transport, so I guess I should declare personal interest. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've recorded all of it. Oh, Councillor Hodgson.
As you can see, I've just received my paperwork this morning, having asked for it at least 3 or 4 days before. I did not receive it. I've just received it now. They've given it in a sealed envelope. That's not good enough, Mr. Chairman, when you want to come to a meeting and take part. I'm in a predicament here now this morning that whether or not I decide to stay as a member of this committee or leave. I'll take advice from legal officers, yourself, and anyone else who is interested. I'll walk out now if you wish, but I think it's happened before, and frankly, it's not good enough.
So you want to come
in? Councillor, you're welcome to stay for the meeting. Obviously, you're a member of the committee, so that you're a valued member of the committee, so you're welcome to stay for the meeting. That's a decision for you to make whether you choose to stay or not. Obviously, the paperwork is issued electronically normally, and that's how we tend to issue papers to members. We have undertaken a commitment to issue your papers by post to yourself, so I will look into ensure that does happen in the future. And offer my apologies. No. I'm not disputing the fact that it hasn't been delivered today, Councillor Hutchinson. That's not the point I'm saying. So in the future, we will commit to ensure that it does reach in advance of the meeting. It's issued 3 clear working days before electronically and posted that day where possible. So depending on the post, it will be shortly after that day, so the next day or subsequent day after that. So we will undertake a commitment moving forward, and I'll offer my apologies on behalf of myself that hasn't happened before. Councillor Hutchinson.
In this building this morning, I apologise, but I don't really see why I should have to, having done what I have done on my own behalf. But thank you. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, moving on to agenda item 3 is the minutes of, to confirm as a correct record the minutes of the meeting held on the 10th of February 2026. I shall go through them page at a time. Page 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can I have a mover that they're correct? Moved as seconded. Seconded. Can I have a show of hands, all those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item 4. Urgent matters agreed by the chair. No urgent matters have been advised to me beforehand, so that's fine. Agenda item 5, forward work programme and action tracking. I'll hand over to Margaret.
Diolch, Mr Cadeirydd. Thank you, Chair. So on the forward work programme, we've got the next meeting will be on the 9th of June, where we've got 2 items, and then on the 7th of July we will be adding council-owned railway station car parks to that agenda. And then moving forward to the action tracking. So if we just go through them, the first one, the next meeting of that group is in June or July, so hopefully we will know by the June or July meeting. We'll get an update from Councillor Richard Jones for that one. The second one is that's on today's agenda. The park advert haulage contract, that will be with you by the end of the month. The biodiversity duty, that's been completed. All the review of garden waste charges, they've been completed or are within the report today. Forward work programme, the AHP collections, that's part of today's report as well on 3 weekly collections, and Councillor Marshall's request has been added to the forward work programme. The others are completed. The outcome of the consultation on public toilets and review of local toilet strategy, that is ongoing. Work is will be going forward on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any questions? Councillor
Can I make a proposal, Chair, to add to the forward work programme, please? Is the appropriate time? Yeah, I'd like to look at potholes, please. I'd like potholes adding to the forward work programme. I think we need to have the statistics of how many is outstanding, how many have been fixed, what's the rate that the potholes are being fixed, and the fairness of the process. I've got a Facebook post here from a member of the council, which is here, claiming now I've had over 30 potholes filled. I've asked for 1 pothole in my ward. The reason I've asked for that specific one is because it's deep and it's dangerous and it's not yet being done. No doubt the chief officer will pick this up at this meeting and give instructions to get it fixed as soon as possible. But the normal process should allow for a dangerous and deep pothole, if it's been reported by a member, to be repaired. Sorry? Say something. So I think it's only right that we should have a look at the whole process of potholes, the reporting and the timely fixing of them. And it's totally inappropriate how one part of the county can have, all that done and in other areas completely abandoned. That's how it seems. But we'll deal with it when we come to the forward work programme, when it eventually arrives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Coggins-Cogan, items to add to the forward work programme?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank Councillor Pearce, because obviously the Liberal Democrat amendment to the budget meant there's money for 1,500 potholes to be repaired this forthcoming year. So I just wanted to get that in. Thank you, Chair.
We have a busy agenda today. Let's keep it to the agenda, please. Okay, any further items for the forward work programme? Action tracking, not done. Okay, so that'll be added. We'll discuss that outside the meeting. Recommendation is on page 11. The 3 recommendations there. Can I have a mover? Moved and seconder? Seconded. Show of hands, all those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 6, recommendations from the School Task and Finish Group. And am I handing over to Kerry?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. So the report in front of you is the recommendations that have been made from the School Transport Task and Finish Group. So going back, originally, school transport was raised as a notice of motion to Council in December 2024, and following that, an all-member workshop was held in April 2025. During this workshop, it was suggested to members that a task and finish group be established to consider just the discretionary elements of the school transport policy and whether any of these should be amended. A report was then taken to both the Education Overview Scrutiny Committee and Environment Overview Scrutiny Committee to seek support in setting up the task and finish group. And following support of both of those committees, the task and finish group was set up with members who sit on both of those committees. It was also suggested that the member who had originally submitted the notice of motion to Council be invited to sit on the task and finish group as well. So just to clarify, the task and finish group, the members who sat on that committee were Councillor Andrew Parkhurst, who chaired the meetings, Councillor Fran Lister, who was the Vice Chair, Councillors Bill Crease, Jason Shallcross, Roy Wakelam, Carolyn Priest and Councillor Alistair Ibbotson, who submitted the original notice of motion. The task and finish group was also attended by both the Cabinet Member for Education, Welsh Language, Culture and Leisure and the Cabinet Member for Waste and Transportation, and a number of officers as well, namely the Chief Officer for Education, Youth and the Chief Officer Street Scene and Transportation, the Integrated Transport Manager, School Manager, Planning and Provision and Transport Manager. The first meeting of the Task and Finish Group was held in September, and the Task and Finish Group has met monthly since September, and it's been a really good Task and Finish Group, with them splitting up the discretionary elements of the Task and Finish Group and members going away, researching the discretionary elements and coming back with proposals on what changes they'd like to see based on the research that they've made. So, like I said, it was only the discretionary elements that the Task and Finish Group have been asked to look at, but they've also looked at vacant spare seats and transport to the nearest appropriate school, which you will see in the recommendations attached to Appendix 1. So moving on to Appendix 1, this lists all of the proposed recommendations to those discretionary elements. You will see that there's no proposed changes to the Welsh medium school transport. There is a recommendation to change to the benefit entitlement exceptional hardship clause, along with post 16 transport. Vacant spare seats, there isn't a proposed change to this, but the Task and Finish Group felt that views on vacant spare seats for non-eligible learners be included as part of the consultation process to gain views on that when the report goes back to Cabinet. The denominational faith school transport and transport to the nearest appropriate school. I would add that with these discretionary elements, as part of the work of the Task and Finish Group, legal advice has been sought on these recommended proposals. So these are based on legal advice from officers in the council. Just to clarify, the proposal today is that both members of the Environment and Education Committee support that these proposals go forward to Cabinet. This would then commence a public consultation on those changes, with a final report following the consultation then going to Cabinet later in the year. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Kerry. Okay, questions from members? Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the officer for bringing the report and for the members of the Education Committee joining us today. My chief observation is just that some of the dates don't match up I think they're just sort of typos, but they just obviously will need to be tidied up if it goes to cabinet and goes out to consultation. So on page 24, under the accessible background documents, it's got the notice of the motion in December 26. So we need to change that. And then on page 25, it suggests that at a meeting on the sort of bottom row, at a meeting on the 7th of January 25, whereas on page 21, the first meeting it says was in September 25. So it just, I'm not sure which date needs to be corrected, but yeah, so those are my chief observations at the moment. I may have further comments later on in the debate, Chair, but that's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kerry, is that okay with those dates, those amendments? Any other questions from members? Councillor Bibby?
Quick question in terms of the, just give me 2 seconds, unfortunately, I've had a bit of a, thanks Roy. Just in terms of, and I want to get the term correct, the public service vehicle accessibility regulations. Now, I've had contact from residents in regard to issues of vacant spare seats, where there may be surplus seats available. My understanding of the policy of it is that we aren't able to charge for vacant spare seats because of the requirements of the public service vehicle accessibility regulations. But if we were to gift those seats, there won't be an issue. So is there any chance we can just have some clarity about the compliance of the PSVAR and how that, if we've got to comply with that policy, and can't give spare seats away, I think it would be a little bit, I think it would be, I'd have concerns that if it was going into the consultation process, it maybe set some expectations of parents and learners, just if we can provide some clarity on where that stands.
Richard Lloyd was next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks. Just some concerns I have really that I've noticed lately on the school transport, mainly because this double-decker bus goes past my house. I'm very concerned about the numbers on the bus. They seem very, very full. I don't know whether an officer ever checks, perhaps may go on the bus, checks the numbers. There seem to be a lot of people standing up. I was behind this particular bus because I know it picks up in Broughton, at the primary school in Broughton, but obviously I'm presuming that it goes over the border. It may drop off at St David's High School, but it goes over the border. I was behind it coming in from a 50 mile an hour into a 20 mile an hour, and it didn't slow down. It was doing over 40 mile an hour coming into a 20 mile an hour, right at the junction. Of course, I slowed down immediately, as you do, to 20 mile an hour and turned left into my house. That's true, honestly. But, all I'm asking really, are they left to their own devices, these drivers? Because it is a worry to me. I see lots of kids standing up on the bus, the speed they're going, and to me, it's overfull. And I don't know whether it does happen, but is it ever monitored by an officer, or they're just left to their own devices? It just is a concern that I've got. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just bring in Katie, you able to answer that?
Yeah, Borida, good morning, members. We do have Helen Telford online as well from Integrated Transport Unit. So I'll bring her in for the second question from Councillor Lloyd, if that's okay. But first, just in terms of PSVAR, obviously the PSVAR, the legal regulations that we have to comply with low floor buses operating on what we call scheduled local bus routes. It does allow for high floor vehicles, but with a lift system. But you'll know from a lot of our school transport services, they're operated with coaches with step entrances. So that means they're not compliant. As part of the task and finish group, we did a big piece of work on PSVAR. We looked at those, and members that are in the room as part of that group will know that. And unfortunately, we've got a number of operators who, without significant financial investment, are not going to be able to comply with PSVAR. There are medium-term exemptions in place for those operators at the moment until the end of July. We're waiting to find out from the Department for Transport whether those exemptions will be extended. But in the meantime, what we normally do is we arrange alternative transports for any disabled learners or learners who can't access a step entrance coach. If they're not able to do that, then we will arrange a PSVAR compliant vehicle for that learner, so that we comply with our policy. So that's where the situation is at the moment. Obviously, this is linked to the spare seats question, and the conversations whether you wish to provide spare seats that are vacant for non-eligible pupils and give them for free, or whether you wish to charge for them. If you wish to charge for them, we have to be compliant with PSVAR. That's the simple rule. So that's something obviously that's going to be part of the consultation going forward. So we did discuss it at length. Hopefully that answers that. And maybe if Helen could come in on the other question around the double deckers.
Yeah, we do monitoring, but obviously we do rely on reports as well from anybody who sees this kind of thing. So if anything like that is spotted, then if it can be reported, then we can follow up as well. The officers do have a schedule of monitoring, and if it is the Catholic High bus, then there shouldn't be standing, as we only allocate pupils to the number of seats available. So we will follow that up, and thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's called Connections, isn't it? It's called Connection, the name of the bus company. She's nodding, Helen. So yeah,
yeah, I know the company. Yeah, thank you.
They definitely are standing up on the front.
Okay, thank you. Right, I have Councillor Gina Madison.
Thank you, Chair. First thing I want to say is congratulations to all of the Task and Finish group for this stunning piece of work. Thanks very much. The comment I have to make is on vacant spare seats, which has already been raised. And this is because I do live in a very rural ward, which has 5 schools and very minimal bus services. Now, generally, I would be in favour of vacant spare seats being offered out for those reasons. Would we be paying attention, though, to would a risk assessment be done on this? And would we be paying attention to health and safety, safeguarding, insurance, and also payment issues if we are charging? That is, would payment be done in such a way that the driver doesn't have to handle cash? I'm aware that this may have been discussed actually at the Task and Finish group, so it's just asking for information on those issues. Thank you very much, and congratulations again.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll take a few more questions. Dennis Hutchinson.
I'll pass for now, Mr. Chairman, if that's all right.
Okay, fine. Councillor Wakelam.
What's been going on in the back? It's referred to me, I think, Mr. Chairman. If that's the case.
Councillor Wakelam.
Thank you. It was just on the vacant spare seats. Something that was brought up with the Task and Finish group is that you do see a lot of buses with empty seats sometimes, but the drop off, particularly with like sixth form and things like that, as the year goes on, people use the buses that they have. But then it was explained, Helen and Katie and Claire explained that there's a drop off through the year of people using the buses. So sometimes the bus may seem empty, but the seat is allocated to a person. So just wanted to make sure people understood that.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bithell. Okay. Okay, Councillor Lister. It's your house.
Thank you, Yorkshire. Yeah, I wanted to raise the spare seats. I think one of the reasons we brought the school transport discretionary policy to the forward work programme for education was because of a large amount of casework that came from our rural wards affecting working families. And speaking as one of those working families, and there aren't many of us on the council, getting our child to school is a barrier to being able to then go to work. And in my rural ward, there are no public bus services through that village, yet there is a bus that takes children to a school. And our school admissions policy is very much that it's a school of choice, but our school transport policy will only take our children to the nearest appropriate school. And whilst I don't really want to see the spare seats as free, because it is a parental choice to send your child to that particular school, when there is an option for that child to be able to travel independently to that school, and it is an option that we can provide, I think we should be doing everything we can to address that concern, because everything about what we do in the council is trying to get people back to work. We do a lot of like with our childcare offer and everything else, and then a child will get to secondary school and suddenly be unable to travel independently to school. It will make a huge difference to people in my ward, and I'm very keen that people would support the sale of spare seats. I recognise at the moment that's quite difficult to do with the PSVAR compliancy. Bus companies are working to be fully compliant, so as an interim measure, the seats are offered free of charge, but knowing that as soon as bus companies are compliant, that those seats will go back to being charged for. And I would like your support on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bithell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There's a lot of work gone into this, I can see that, and I obviously commend the members of the panels that dealt with these issues and the work that they put in. There are a number of issues that I'm concerned about, really, in regard to what's been proposed. I mean, I'm trying to get my head around the issues regarding who qualifies for free transport in this. There's a section there on page 26, for example, as to who actually qualify, how hardship is identified, really. Generally speaking, we normally base that on parents who are in receipt of benefits and so on. Now, it would appear to me on this basis, we're going to go further, or the proposal is that we go further on this. I'm not sure how that works out, how easy that's going to be, really, to apply. Each case will depend on its merits, I think it says here. Well, I think that opens itself up to all kinds of challenges in that respect, and I'm just concerned about that, like some sort of identification of those particular issues, really, and how they will be resolved. The other question is regarding the purchase of seats on buses. Now, we have done this in the past, and we've scrapped it, because basically, a number of pupils on that particular bus qualify in terms of the distance from their home to the school. They qualify, and then other parents who choose that school, it's a parental choice issue. They want to be able to purchase the empty seats on that bus. Now, if at some time in the future the numbers drop and there are nobody on that bus, there's nobody in that area now travelling to that particular school, the buses in the past have been discontinued. And that has landed those parents who have been paying for the additional seats on it. What they pay does not sort of cover the cost of the bus in that particular respect. And because the later school is not being used by those people in that area for whatever reason, it's ridiculous to continue with the bus service there. And again, this issue of parental choice comes up here. And again, I've called it in the past not so much parental choice as parental refusal. And for whatever reason, they refuse to send their school to the nearest school for whatever reason, right? And therefore, this has consequences as well from an educational point of view, because you end up with empty places, spare places, surplus places, and we've got 3,500 of those, just to remind people here, and that comes at a cost. And that cost is borne by every child in the county and every parent, because basically that money has to be found from somewhere. And again, I think what's been proposed here may sound grand on paper, but the consequences of this are fairly vast, and I don't think, with all due respect, they've been gone into with sufficient detail. Mentions here, not just choosing catchments rather than nearer schools. Well, again, that results in particular problems as well, because these catchments are going to be very large. And again, the aim is to enable those parents and those children with that catchment area to have perhaps a choice of schools, really, in that particular sense. And it won't be the nearest school for many of them. So there are huge consequences resulting from this if it goes through in its present form. There's a lot of here I am quite happy with and commend, but I think these issues need to be sort of looked at extremely carefully. And again, in terms of the faith schools, I'm interested in that, because we've had issues in the past in relation to that. Many parents were choosing to send their children to a faith school, not because they were of that faith or the children were, but simply, again, as a part of the school avoidance procedures, basically. They didn't want their child to go to a particular school. If they sent them to that school, they'd have to pay the transport cost. If they sent them to that school, although they weren't of that particular faith, they got a free bus. Now, of course, those schools liked that because, again, it enhanced their numbers, and they were all in favour of that. So we had a bit of fight over that, and we did actually change the rules and said only those children of that particular faith or whose parents are of that faith would be able to choose that particular school and get free transport. Now, they want to go further here, really, by the sound of things. Any faith, and I understand where that's coming from, and, it's understandable. But I'm just wondering where they are, because, again, that would include Muslim schools, I guess, Jewish schools or Buddhist schools, I don't know. And it says they should be in Flintshire or in Wales. Well, I'm not sure how we get around that, how we're going to be providing buses to a Muslim school or a Buddhist school or whatever, which could be miles away. Which, we're talking basically in terms of this as Church in Wales schools and Roman Catholic schools, haven't we? That's all we've been, and this is all we've been dealing with in the past. And again, when we dealt with this in the faith school issue, I had letters as cabinet member of education at the time, particularly from humanists, who said we shouldn't be paying for this at all. Right? If somebody wants a faith school for their child, then they should be paying for it. It's a parental choice, So there are sort of two sides of this argument. There's very strong arguments again from the humanist group, who are against state supporting faith schools at all. So that although this sounds quite grand in principle, I've got certain concerns about it, and we're going to be very, very careful the way we implement this. But if somebody could answer the question regarding the issue on the people qualifying for this in terms of hardship, again, as I say in the past, it's been based on parents and receipt of particular benefits. I'm not sure how this will work out because it seems that they want to go further than that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I bring in Chief Officer?
Yeah, I can't really answer in terms of who would qualify. And obviously this is a recommendation from the Task and Finish group as members rather than officers. So it's not really for me to comment on who would qualify under this. And obviously this is, the proposals within this report are subject to consultation. So, I think what Scrutiny are looking to do today is seek your feedback and support for these recommendations to go forward for us to commence consultation.
Okay, Kerry.
Sorry, if it assists on this specific recommendation, you will see that initially the group considered this in November. The decision wasn't made till January because there was advice sought from David Barnes on this proposal. That's not included in this, but I'm happy to share that with you, what that advice from David Barnes in terms of implementing this. But I will just highlight that it won't be that the council is considering applications directly. These will be referrals through, as it says there, agencies like Citizens Advice Shelter or Nucleus who will make a referral to the council in terms of if they think that they qualify in terms of hardship. So it won't be the council making that decision, but I'm happy to share that advice with members following the meeting, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Parkhurst.
Yeah, Jock and Val, Chair, just to...
Parkhurst, yeah.
But just to add to that the purpose of including this was because there are a small number of children who fall between the cracks. And the report on page 26 does give examples of that. And what the Task and Finish group has tried to do is to come up with a workable solution, which isn't too onerous, but does provide support for that small number of children who wouldn't otherwise be provided for. So that is the recommendation for further consideration and consultation going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bibby.
Yeah, just looking at that, I think you know there does seem to be circumstances, and I think they're listed within the recommendation where, as Councillor Parker has said, there are individuals that could be in significant amount of hardship but fall within those cracks within the welfare system. You know, it does give examples in terms of Department of Work and Pensions error, benefit sanctions, you know, the new style benefits in comparison to the old style. So, you know, I think that's something that should be supported. In, you know, we're going to be talking about a very small number of individuals here, but individuals that are in very significant financial hardship. There also is the fail-safe here that, you know, rather than an individual, it has to be backed up by evidence or a partner agency and the application made by the council. So I think that's quite robust in what it's proposing. Again, it would probably be a very small number of individuals, I'd imagine. But again, I personally see the merits in that. And I think that the Task and Finish group have clearly done some very, you know, expansive work on it that, you know, we have been informed is backed up by Dave Barnes.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I see no further individuals wishing to speak, so I'll move to the recommendation on page 21. That the committees support the recommendations proposed by the School Transport Task and Finish Group to Cabinet as shown in Appendix 1. Can I have a mover? Moved. And seconder? Seconded. A show of hands, those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, the education or the Task and Finish Group members are able to leave if they so wish. Okay, if you can make your way out so we can continue with the agenda, please. We'll be changing the agenda around slightly now. Members, we'll be moving on to agenda item 10. This is due to the necessity of officer time. So we shall bring in the Chief Officer on agenda item 10, Internal Audit Report.
Okay, Boridar, good morning, members, again. Just to introduce Lee Evans, who's online. I can see Lee up there, who's our procurement business partner from the Denbighshire. Well, she's actually no longer the business partner for Street Scene, as we have a new one. But Lee's joining us from the joint procurement units for Denbighshire and Flintshire as well. So I'll present the report and lead on it, and then obviously I'll bring Lee in for any questions after or anything that she wants to add further to my presentation. So just to give a bit of background to this report before I start, I asked for this report. I asked for the audit, and the reason I asked for the audit is I wasn't getting the assurances I was seeking from the teams, from the officers. There's, you know, some of the key management information from Proactis portal, which is, as you can see from the report, is the procurement portal that is used for procurement and contract management. I wasn't getting those reports. There are no dashboards within that system for me to be able to log in on a daily basis and see that management information. I can't produce those reports myself. We've had to request them. We had an inconsistency across the portfolio in relation to how contracts were being managed, which I was aware of prior to the audit. So I wanted some work to look into that as to why. We've got some excellent examples of contract management across the portfolio, and Park Adver, the waste from energy plant, is a good example. Same in transportation with school transport. We've got the dynamic purchasing system in place. Trunk Road, you know, we use a range of procurement frameworks there, and also with fleets. So we've got some really, really positive examples within those areas of the portfolio. And those are visible to me, and which is why they've been excluded from the audit, because I can see those, I can see that they're compliant. So the reason I asked for the audit is that not all areas were visible. You know, there is some of those spend areas were invisible in terms of contracts. We asked for the senior management team were involved as well, and Chris is here obviously from the senior management team. I asked for aggregate spend to be included as well, and audit from the findings you'll see in the report found a number of repeat works or regular types of work that at low values that are repeated. And for me, that's a risk to the organisation. If we've got all our eggs in one basket with one supplier, and that supplier then dissolves or goes into liquidation, we're not protected in that respect. So, I would like to see a situation where we have different frameworks in place for the whole of our operations, a bit similar to what we have in transport at the moment. So we have got that resilience and that capacity within the services as well. So we're reducing those risks. Obviously, the report presents some key findings that don't make for good reading. I have acknowledged that, and we're treating it really seriously. I think the key focus, today is to give that assurance to members is we have put an action plan in place, which is included in Appendix 2. And that's what I'm seeking feedback on today is the actual action plan. Many of those actions have already been completed. The action plan was put in place as soon as we had the outcome of the audit. We'd started work ourselves in June of last year to try and obtain a lot of this information. And it's without the support of audit and procurement that we've been able to actually drill down and actually get these reports. So I now get regular reports from Lee's team on a quarterly basis. So those come through to the senior management team meetings, and we have it as a standing item on the agenda on our monthly meetings as well. In terms of the quick quotes system, obtaining the data from Proactus has been challenging. I can't run a report on quick quotes from that system. No other officer can either. So we've had to request that and via Lee's team in procurement from Proactus. And initially, we did have a lot of toing and froing between ourselves and audits. The audit took a lot longer because of the complexity of the reports that were coming out of Proactus once we did receive them, because you can see from the audit, the number of projects that were listed there weren't all for street scene. There were only 11 that were actually for street scene out of that full list. And it took a lot of my time of physically going through line by line to work out who was responsible, which officers were responsible for those actual procurement projects. So we need a better system for reporting. The system has limitations. We have agreed within Street Scene and Transportation to stop using the quick quote system. Lee and her team are working on a new template for us, which we propose to start using hopefully from next month. Lee started drafting that, and we've got a mock-up of what it might look like. But I can't get any reports about quick quotes at all. I just physically cannot do it without Lee's inputs, and it shouldn't be that way. I should be able to have that management information at the press of a button. As soon as I log into that, that system, I should have that dashboard so I know what our performance is. I don't have that visibility. We are now using expenditure reports, so to identify any suppliers without a contract through P2P and the Masterpiece system. So finance send us an expenditure report, so we can see straight away and match it with P2P orders. Lee does a quarterly report for us, all those P2P orders over 25k without a contract that procurement then won't authorise. That comes back to us. So we can go through that list and identify straight away which ones are not compliant and stop them actually being authorised. So that doesn't happen anymore. So that's already been in place since December. We do have a housekeeping training issue, and it's mainly around, there's nothing untoward with this, but one of the issues we're having is officers are not uploading contracts. Once they've been through a procurement exercise on Proactus, they're not then uploading the contracts onto the system at the end of the process. That's sitting in a paper-based folder somewhere. instead of being on the system. All of our procurement, all of our contract management should be through that proactive system, and that's the policy, and that's what we should be doing. So there is a training issue for some of the teams. So we've already started that programme of training. It started in January. It's going to take us till about November to get through everybody, and that's training for both the contract procedure rules, which have changed since the new legislation came in June last year, but also for the proactive system as well. And we have been discussing as a senior management team is whether we reduce the number of people who are actually responsible for procurement as well, which might help mitigate the risks further. But obviously that then creates a resilience issue. Some of the supplier spend detailed in the audit report, I must remind members, is not for street scene. It's for the whole council. My budget doesn't even get that far, I'm afraid, if only it did. So, my budget's 43 million and 50% of that is workforce costs. So the figures that are within the report are for the whole council. So I need to clarify that point because that's been misreported separately in the press. So that needs to clear up that point straight away. And also the total value of contracts that are detailed in there is across multiple years. One of the issues we have with Proactis as well is it doesn't break down the spend into financial year. So when you see the spend on Proactis, it could be for 7 years, it could be for 9 years, depending on the length of the contract. So that it doesn't link back to the financial management system. So that's another issue for us in terms of those three systems, so P2P, Masterpiece and Proactis not talking to each other. So we have an issue around that as well. So in terms of some of the work that's gone on in the background, we've been working as a management team since June last year to try and put measures in place. I wanted this report because I wanted to use it as a bit of a battering ram to get things done and make sure that there was a robust action plan in place. I've now got that audit, which backs up what I've been saying for quite some time. And in response, we've sought to obtain a lot of the management information reports required to monitor. We've worked with audit on the action plan. They're satisfied that all those actions that are detailed within the column that details all the actions and Appendix 2 are sufficient to mitigate the risks going forward. So really today's about getting your feedback on the action plan going forward. This will be going to Governance and Audit Committee also next week as well. So I'll be presenting the same reports to that committee. So that's it in a nutshell. Hopefully you'll have your comments and questions. Thank you.
Okay, and with regard to Lee, who's joined us online, is this to just answer any particular questions that members may have? Is that correct?
Yeah. If Katie needs my support with answering any questions with regards to the procurement processes or the systems, then yeah, I'm happy to answer those questions if I can.
Okay, thank you very much, Lee. Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, first, I suppose I do want to congratulate the Chief Officer and the department because it'd be very easy to criticise and to harangue the portfolio for the way it's been reported, not why it was reported in the press, but the headline is particularly damning. However, this is exactly what our Chief Officer should be doing, which is carrying out robust investigations within their own portfolios to make sure they are performing correctly. Obviously, there is a significant concern, not necessarily with underperformance, but with underreporting. So underperformance can be hidden in that. But I just want to give my praise because it was a good thing to do. And I know it couldn't have been easy bringing that to the committee. So that's all the good stuff out of the way. Yeah, that's ends now. My only concern, and I'm sure there is a completely legitimate reason for it, but the action plan, the dates are for the 31st of this month, so next week. I don't know how much meaningful impact we can have on that action plan, considering it's pretty much done. I think because, as the chief officer said, she became aware of this in June, I perhaps would have expected we could have had more of a heads up sooner in the process. I mean, maybe chairs of committees were, I don't know, but as someone who's scrutinising it now, we are sort of, it's retrospective rather than looking about how it can be sort of prevented in the future. But I have every confidence the chief officer will, you know, put me in my place, and you know there'll be a good reason why it was done that way. And just finally, and this isn't particularly to do with the chief officer's report, but I am looking with some envy to my cabinet colleagues who have full colour printing. I have black and white. Now, that means that the formatting of this document for me is of no use because it's various shades of grey. So the whole point of the RAG is that it's instantly, visually, you can see what you're looking at. Because I now get my papers printed by the county, because our wonderful IT, I'm going to end there before I get carried away with that sentence, but we have to look at the formatting of these documents. Either we all get colour printing or no one gets colour printing. I don't think it's appropriate that it's selective, or the formatting of the documents needs to change so we can do our jobs a bit more easily. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. My one with various shades of grey does actually say on it though, red, green, amber. So they've gone some way to try and help cut down the colour printing costs. And online, as Councillor Biffle has shown, it is in colour. So, okay, Councillor Biffle, and then I'll come back to the Chief Officer.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to be associated with the remarks made by Councillor Coggins-Cogan, and thank the Chief Officer for raising this issue. Obviously, this has gone on for some time, and it's simply not good enough, and so on. And it had to be rectified. And again, it took a lot of guts, I think, really, to raise this issue, because it does raise some fundamental questions, obviously, about what's gone on and what has not gone on in the past. I'm just wondering, have we been paying for work that hasn't been done, or are we unsure of that at this moment in time? And has money been wasted? The local town council taxpayers' money not wasted in this particular sense, because we're not sure whether the work has been done or whether we've been paying for work which is ever done. I'm just wondering if there's anything that can be said about that, because I think those are the kind of questions that will be raised with lots of members when this hits the headlines, as it has. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Katie?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you both for your support. There's been a lot of work gone on behind the scenes. We've been having regular meetings with procurement and also audit around this since about June last year. I take on board the points raised by Councillor Coggins-Cogan about having, been able to inform the scrutiny process sooner, but the final report wasn't issued till December from audits, although we knew as officers that work was going on behind the scenes back in June. Unfortunately, they didn't publish their final audit report until December, so I wasn't able to bring it any sooner. And obviously that then goes through a cycle through Chief Officer team first before it comes to here. So that does take time, but that's something for us to take away maybe for future. No doubt there'll be a future review meeting, to check in a year, 2 years time that we've delivered on these actions and they've continued, into the future. So that I'm sure there'll be a further report to come back at that time. I guess in terms of comments from yourselves on the current action plan, it's, is there anything else that you think that should be in there that we haven't thought about? I mean, we've gone, we've spent a considerable amount of time with audit to consider the risks to the organisation and what we could put in place to mitigate those, given that the procurement system is not going to change anytime soon and we're stuck with it. Although, there are huge limitations with the system and the reporting, because obviously it puts a burden on Lee's team to have to produce those reports for us. Is there anything else that we can do? We've put these manual processes in place now, but is there more that could be done? In terms of back office systems, reporting systems. We're looking at a longer term, similar to what we have with transport, the dynamic purchasing system for all of our operational services, which again, that's not going to be a quick action. That's going to probably take 12 months at least. And I know when we put the one in place for transport, it took about 12 months. So these things some of those things are going to take a bit longer. But I guess the feedback we're asking from yourselves is there anything further you think should be in here? I'm aware, I've raised it as on the corporate risk register as well. So it's been highlighted as a corporate issue as well. It's not just street scene and transportation. So there will be actions coming out for all the other portfolios as well as a result of this. In terms of Councillor Bithel's comments around work being done and not paid for, nothing untoward has been found at all by audit. They're satisfied, things are procured. It's just that not everything is going through Proactis. People are still doing things offline, or they're not correctly using the quick quotes tool within Proactis because there's a limit. Quick quotes should only be used for seeking work, goods and services that are below 24,999 is the value, I think. But people have not been doing that, so people have been using it because it's an easy tool to use. So there are examples within the audit of people have been potentially procuring work above that value, which they should be going to a full tender exercise in those situations. So it has highlighted that, and that's not just for street scene. We found 11 within street scene, and I'm confident we've gone through that in a lot of detail, and measures have been taken to address that. But obviously, there's going to be further actions for other portfolios as a result of this as well. But nothing untoward has been found, no.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Right, I've got Councillor Alan Marshall online.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a member of this committee, but I've just got some questions. The announcement of this audit report caused quite a reaction on social media. It seems a lot of residents use the social media as their single source of disinformation and misinformation. One wanted to, I think virtually for the chief exec and the chief officers be hung, drawn and quartered. And the question I've got is that this looks at the risk of something happening. So my question is, did something actually happen? Did the risk materialize? And, was there any fraud involved? Or was it just, it might happen, but didn't? Thank you.
Okay, I'll allow the Chief Officer to answer that one.
Yeah, to answer your question, Councillor Marshall, no, nothing has happened. No risk has happened. It's a potential risk if we don't put these measures in place. And a lot, as I've said already, it's to do with the reports. If I can't access management information around that system, how am I supposed to mitigate the risk? That the key issue is getting that management information, and I now get it routinely from procurement, which is a really positive thing. But I can hand on heart tell you, no, nothing has happened.
Okay, can I just come back on that? Just a quick one. I used to be an assurance manager on railway projects, and one of the things, and we did audits, and one of the things we were told is we can't do an audit unless you've got a procedure to audit against. So my question is, have you got a set of procedures for each worker doing all these different contract things so that you can actually audit it against, and also maybe a work instruction in there? Thank you.
Yeah, the contract procedure rules are our procedures for such matters, and that's referenced within the report. So every officer within the council is supposed to follow the contract procedure rules, and that applies for Flintshire and for Denbighshire.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rose.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, thanks for the report. There's a lot in it. I think there's a few queries in just clarifying whether you're saying you now get reports and things to see. Firstly, obviously the Proactis system advertises online how it's got a flexible system that can advance reporting for custom queries. So how long has this risk been there in the background when we know we've not had reports, when actually their system is saying reports are perfectly flexible? The other side of it is obviously there's elements where there's no contract being uploaded. Obviously, the Proactis also says significant flexibility in defining required fields. So is this something where the system hasn't been set up to match the requirements of the policy in the first instance? And that would have stopped this risk from happening in the first place? Or is this an issue where there's actual, it's more of a human issue not following the process or putting them in the right system at the time? I think that's something I just couldn't get from the report. And then how long has this risk been active in the background? Is it just since we've started using Proactis? How long has that been the case for? And then the last query would be, obviously these are financial things. Do the internal department finance team not have to vet anything before they sign things off? How does that work on that side of it as well, in terms of bringing this up, flagging this up earlier, sort of thing, that things didn't exist with it? Thanks.
Quite a few questions there, which I might need to bring Lee in terms of the system, because obviously I'm not involved in how that system was set up. But it's a mixture in terms of what you said there. The fact that people are not uploading contracts to the system is a human issue. That's a training issue, which I've mentioned already. We're going through a huge training process. It might be we've got new members of staff that are not familiar with the new procurement regulations, which came in June last year. So we're going through a huge process between now and November to get everybody trained up on both the contract procedure rules and on Proactis, the system itself, to make sure that they follow the process right through to the end. What's happening is they're doing the procurement through Proactis, but when they've awarded the contract, they're not then uploading the contract. The physical paper document that people have signed and sealed is not being then uploaded onto the system, so there's no record. It's sitting in a folder in someone's office. So it's a housekeeping issue, if anything. So there's issues like that happening. In terms of the system issue, I think from me it's the problem with the system is the lack of dashboards or reporting. That I don't know whether that's because we haven't got the full system access or it's been set up differently, and maybe that's something that Lee can answer. But I certainly can't produce a report myself, and I have to go and request that. And I'm not going to lie, it's been really challenging, even through the audit process, to get accurate information from the system. So it is a system issue from my perspective in that respect.
Yeah, I'll just come in there with regards to the Proactis system. So both Denbighshire and Flintshire have used Proactis now for the last 10 years. With regards to the reporting, it does have a separate reporting module which we have full access to. But to be able to set up various different reports, you need to have quite considerable sort of knowledge and experience of the system. And it's like any system, it'll only give you the information that you put into it. So if the information's not there, if somebody hasn't put the information in, so if somebody doesn't complete the tasks, push them through into contract management, the information just simply isn't there. So we are running regular reports for Katie, and we do run them for each chief officer, and each business partner presents that information regularly at the DMTs. That's been in place now for probably, I would say, going on about 3 years or so. So I don't know why Katie wasn't receiving the reports previously, because the business partner who previously looked after street scene and transportation's retired last year. But those reports are going through now. There's no reason why we can't set other officers up to access the reporting module, but it is quite cumbersome and clunky to use. But I think the main reason is we don't have a centralised procurement service. We are an advisory service. There are 5 of us to cover the whole of Denbighshire and Flintshire, and millions of pounds worth of spend. There simply just isn't enough of us to cover everything. And so we don't, so, you know, procurement and contract management is pretty much devolved to service areas. We're here to provide an advisory service and to support officers with the tendering process. And obviously we can run those reports and we provide them to chief officers, but we are limited as to what we can do as well because of our capacity and resource, unfortunately.
Thanks. Chair, could I just ask another question there? Sorry, just in terms of that, in terms of the software.
Yep.
Obviously, a lot of this seems to be human error, and obviously we put software in place purposely to stop that human error. Does this mean that there are flexible things we can put in the system? For example, Chief Officer mentioned about not uploading the contracts after being awarded. Surely there's a procurement status to say awarded, but it's not been closed, and things like that exist in there to state once it's closed, and those systems could say you can't close it until you've uploaded a contract, which would mitigate the training need necessary and reduce some workload. And then also, is this an issue in Denbighshire as well as Flintshire if they're using the same system and process?
Yeah, we run, so we regularly run what's called an outstanding tasks report. And so that will give a list of every tender on the system that hasn't been closed off. And we regularly chase officers up to close those tasks off. So most of those, the officers will have completed the tender in full. They would have issued a contract, they've had a contract signed. So, you know, they've done the actual doing, but they've not told the system that they've done it. So that's where it's sort of falling down in terms of them telling the system. So, you know, all systems are the same. A human, well, most systems, you know, unless we get AI in, you know, a human has got to tell the system what stage it's at. And if that human doesn't tell the system, then the system doesn't know. So we're regularly running these outstanding tasks, and we've got some training coming up that we're going to be delivering specifically for Street Scene to try and clear a lot of the backlog of the outstanding tasks, get those things through into the contract register, because there's another issue there in terms of if things aren't on the contract register, we can't scan that contract register, see what's coming up for renewal and plan re-procurements, and then things sort of land on us last minute. So, you know, there's a procurement cycle, which is just not, you know, it's not working here, but it will, you know, it's not just in Flintshire, it will be the same in Denbighshire as well, and it'll be the same across all service areas.
Okay, thank you for that. Right, move on to Councillor Pearce.
All right, thank you, Chair. I first saw this in a press report, Lead Alive, and it didn't make good reading, but that's what the public see. They were on the ball and they sort of saw it before I read the report, and I sort of took a different view from what was there. I welcome the transparency that's come out, and, you know, warts and all, it's been put on the table. So we need to look at this from a, you know, as a scrutiny, from a scrutiny point of view, and whether we see these issues as failings within the system. It sounds as though there are a number of failings, in as much training issues. So can I ask, was staff operating a procurement process without adequate training? Where was the issue there? Is that the case? And how will that be fixed? So a number of questions, it prompts more bullet points than paragraphs. Has the control of the procurement purchasing process been lost in certain areas? And if so, does the action plan resolve to fix that? As an example, on page 154, I looked at a supplier 2 where the amounts are recorded £100,000 per annum, and then it talks about an actual spend. It doesn't actually say whether that is an overspend or not, but it says it's not possible to determine how these contracts were procured or being managed. So obviously there's a fault in the system somewhere. I'm concerned that Chief Officer is unable to access information that she is seeking, and I fully say that it's not a Chief Officer issue, that, but the Chief Officer, if she needs the information that she requires, it should be available. Lee mentioned just towards the end of her comments that 5 staff covering Flintshire and Denbighshire looking after millions of pounds spend and it sounded in a voice as though that was a potential and unidentified risk. So I think that perhaps needs looking at, because when you're dealing with millions of pounds to spend, I'm sure, you know, just a slight error could cause a loss of quite some amount of money. So can I ask then, as a consequence of this audit, has any potential overspend taken place in Flintshire, or has any money been lost by Flintshire County Council, or indeed Denbighshire? And I'd just like to finally look at the recommendations. Chief Officer asked us whether we could input into any thoughts that we had, but the recommendation in the report just asked us to note, not to sort of make comment, but I'm sure we have made comment during this part of the scrutiny process. But I would like to propose that in recommendation 1, where it says supports the action being undertaken, we change it to notes the action being undertaken. That is not to undermine what the scrutiny committee are actually, you know, happy with what's being put forward. But I think when you support an action, you've been fully involved in looking at what the potential action should be, and also fully aware of how it is going to resolve the situation. I don't feel comfortable that I've been involved at that level as part of the action plan. So I feel comfortable with noting the actions being undertaken. And I would put that forward as a proposal, Chair, to amend recommendation 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Katie, do you want to come back on that first?
Yeah, I can come back on a few of those. So in terms of the training, we did go through a huge process of training about 2 or 3 years ago with Lee's team. But obviously the Procurement Act has come in since then in June 2025. So that's changed. So we do need to refresh that training. We've got, you know, new members of staff who maybe haven't been trained. Yeah, sorry, somebody was discussing something else in the chamber. Yeah, so apologies, Councillor Pearce. Training is always going to be a recurring issue for us because, you know, staff come and go. The regulations have changed, so we need to refresh that training. I think we have identified that perhaps we didn't have enough trained officers on the proactive system itself in terms of the expertise, and we had those single points of failure where we only had 1 or 2 people across the portfolio who were doing everything on practice for everybody. So we've changed that because the people who are delivering the services should be doing the procurement and contract management for those services they deliver. So that's changed, rather than it being, you know, somebody who's remote from that particular service. In terms of, you know, I think you asked if any potential overspend has occurred as a result. The audit wasn't around the spend, it was more around compliance with the CPRs. So we've obviously identified there has been non-compliance with the CPRs because people are using quick quotes rather than going through a full tender exercise. So it has identified non-compliance with the contract procedure rules. It hasn't identified any issues around spend, but obviously there are potential risks, which is what the audit has highlighted in terms of, you know, giving that assurance, which is, you know, those are the same issues I've been asking myself, which is why I asked for the audit, because I haven't got that visibility currently. So we now, you know, we do get the expenditure reports now from, we get a monthly reports from finance colleagues, and I think Councillor Rose asked that question earlier on about vetting, and, you know, do we vet the financial information? But we get a report that's only focused on supplier spend, so we can drill down and see, you know, are we spending, you know, how much are we spending with single suppliers, so we can monitor that we're compliant with the CPRs. So we are doing that on a monthly basis now. Yeah, and obviously I'm fine with the change in the recommendations. That's no problem.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, I meant to come in earlier on after the Chief Officer had to sort of answer my questions, and I just wanted to say that in response to her specific question about anything we think is missing from the action plan, for my part, it does look quite comprehensive. This is obviously on the Chief Officer's radar now, and she seems to have sort of various internal processes in place. So I think the action plan is, from what I can see, is sort of comprehensive and fit for its role. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Got no further speakers, so I'll move to the recommendation with the amendment to recommendation 1 that the environment.
We do need a seconder for that.
Okay, can we have a seconder? Seconder. Okay, sorry, thank you. The Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee notes the findings of the audit and notes the actions being undertaken by the portfolio to mitigate the identified risks. And recommendation 2, that the outcome of the audit and action plan adopted by the portfolio will be presented to the Governance and Audit Committee on 25th of March 2026. Can I have a show of hands, those in favour? And okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Lee, for joining us and taking time out today. Thank you. Okay, we shall move back to the running order of the agenda now, which is agenda item 7, which is the adoption of houses in multiple occupation interim planning guidance note. And can I hand over to the Chief Officer?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Morning, everyone. As members will be aware, we've had a number of SPGs come before the Scrutiny Committee following the adoption of the Local Development Plan. We have a duty to refresh our SPGs following the adoption of the LDP. We have 2 SPGs for your consideration this morning. The first is the HMO SPG, and the second is the Space About Dwellings SPG. Both have been through statutory consultation process, and both have been through the planning strategy group. And before I hand over to my colleague Adrian Walters, who will walk you through both of the SPGs, and we'll obviously deal with them separately as 2 separate agenda items, I just wanted to express my thanks to Adrian and the team for the hard work in producing the documents, and also my thanks to the planning strategy group for their contribution and consideration of the SPGs, and also to thank you as a scrutiny committee today for your consideration of the 2 documents. So I will now hand over to Adrian, who will walk you through the HMO SPG first, and then the second item will be the Space About Dwellings SPG. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, David. As David has said, this first report is in relation to an interim planning guidance note on houses in multiple occupation. The guidance note is presented as an interim note for a number of reasons. Planning strategy group ideally would have wanted an SPG that was based on a percentage threshold in terms of the number of HMOs within a set geographical area. But at the moment, we don't have that necessary evidence in terms of the location of SPGs. So we can't put together an accurate picture of the clustering of HMOs that such an approach would need. Because of that, Planning Strategy Group agreed to develop an interim note which focused on the criteria within policy HN7 of the LDP. So it just seeks to expand on the criteria in terms of more detail. However, the interim guidance note can be updated at a future date once further evidence is available. And on that note, members will be aware that Cabinet approved last October the additional licensing scheme for smaller HMOs, and this is due to become operational next month. Whilst that's being put in place, it's going to take some time before we can see some results of that. There's a huge list of potential HMOs to be worked through before we can start looking at where the location of those HMOs are. It's going to take us time to look at that evidence in terms of identifying clusters and whether we can develop an alternative policy approach. What we will do, though, is once we've been able to do that work, we'll bring it back to planning strategy group to see which way we go forward with that. I think as an interim measure, it's my view that we're in a stronger position to have an interim guidance note than no guidance note at all, just relying on the policy. It does give the benefit of having more detail than is contained within the policy itself. So the guidance note went out to consultation for a standard 6-week period, and we had a good range of responses on a variety of topics, and they're set out in paragraph 1.11 of the report. Accompanying the covering report is Appendix 1. That shows the amended SPG, and it also shows the table of the representations we received, officers' responses, and the recommended changes. Where we thought there was benefit in making changes, where it improved the clarity and implementation of the guidance note, we've made those changes. Although it's only been presented as an interim note, it will still carry full weight as a material planning consideration in the same way that a supplementary planning guidance would. In terms of the recommendation, my apologies, that should have been amended. What we're asking today is that we're asking Scrutiny to endorse the guidance note to go to Cabinet for adoption. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Adrian. Seeing Councillor Sean Bibby first.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah, obviously, many people know this is something that I've been involved in for a very long time. My entirety on the County Council, it very much is a very, very live issue. Not wishing to be in any way parochial, but you know, a very big issue in my own ward. And I know for a lot of people, particularly on the D-side strip, I mean, if we look on the committee ourselves, Councillor Evans and Councillor Richardson, you know, I would say the issues relating to these properties are a very considerable amount of casework that we deal as members. I mean, in many cases, I can sometimes spend an entire week, nearly on a daily basis, dealing with some of the implications of, you know, HMO properties. I think, you know, obviously I'll be very supportive of the guidance note because it is progress. I'd note that both myself, Councillor Evans and Councillor Davis, as a submission of county councillors, and also supporting us, Shotton Town Council, with our colleagues on the Town Council as well, we made quite a detailed submission to it. Obviously, I'm disappointed that some of the suggestions that we've made have not been accepted, but in fairness to the portfolio, they have provided significant reasoning behind that. I would say, and I appreciate the, you know, the responses that we've received. You know, my only real concern is that, you know, with the parking issue, and the explanation has been given in the fact that that we have within the planning inspector this specification that has been used in appeals. My only concern is that a lot of the language within our planning policies makes reference to sustainability, which I believe does have merit in the fact that in town centre locations you have the amenities, you have the transport infrastructure. But I think realistically, there seems to be this idea that, you know, a HMO property, in an ideal world, the people that live in it, you know, with access to public transport networks, essentially don't need a car. Well, the reality is, it might be the case in some cases, but in a lot of cases, if you have a HMO where there are 5 people living in it, there are going to be 5 vehicles. There might be none, but in a lot of cases, and even though, you know, in my own community and a lot of, and in the communities that where there is high concentrations of HMOs, yes, okay, then the transport infrastructure is better than some parts of the county, but that still doesn't mean that people, you know, are not going to be reliant on vehicles. The reality is that the vast majority of people in the areas we represent use a car to get around. And even in, you know, some of our urban locations that are quite close to larger employers, with those public transport links, there's still going to be people who are going to require that. So I think some of the language in terms of sustainability says, oh, that these locations are sustainable. But on the other hand, these are also the locations that are receiving the most difficulties in congestion with parking and overcrowding. And I just feel that sometimes when the word sustainable gets used, the reaction from the residents is, well, because we're close to a bus route and because we're close to a town centre, it's sustainable for, you know, our community and, you know, conditions in it to be, you know, adversely impacted by this. So that's just one, you know, challenge I would say, is that I think note needs to be made. Okay, then there's sustainability in terms of transport links and access to amenities, but also, you know, those locations are adversely and disproportionately affected by parking and traffic issues. Adrian has said that this will be revisited once the licensing scheme is up and running, because I think the great frustration we've got at the moment in challenging these applications is, as councillors, and you know, we're informed by residents of where there are numerous HMOs and there's large concentrations, but until we've got this licensing regime in place, we don't have the physical and objective evidence to be able to challenge that, you know, as a material consideration. And I think that's really been a frustrating thing over the years, is that we've got all these HMOs, but we don't know where they are. And, you know, going back to when the report was presented with the licensing, that's obviously a massive step forward and improvement, but we're still stuck in the limbo until that's up and running, because, you know, and as other members who've had these applications can be very contentious. You know, people in the street will tell you, well, let's say number 14, 6 people living in there, you know. So, you know, I am confident and reassured by the fact that Adrian has said that this will be revisited once that's in place and once that's up and running, because that's going to be critical in terms of providing evidence with the concentrations. But, you know, again, the fact that this, you know, it has been rolling on for a number of years now, I think residents can be sort of forgiven for feeling a little bit exasperated and cynical, you know, about some of the changes that have happened, and some of them that have been very rapid in some parts of our communities. And whilst, you know, and I appreciate that HMOs do provide an element of the housing mix that is needed, and when they are well managed, they can be, you know, they can just totally blend in. But my experience has been that, you know, in a lot of cases, they cause significant issues and can cause a lot of residents to feel that their street or their community that grown up, they associate them with decline in a downward spiral rather than something that is, you know, positive. But yeah, as the report puts forward and written, has my full support, and hopefully once we've got the licensing situation sorted and that programme is up and running, I look forward to this coming back and then we can further update it.
Okay, thank you. I think there's no particular response required there, or do you have something? No, I think the point's well made. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chair. I'm familiar with HMOs, been part of the planning committee and originally part of the task and finish group, which looked at this some years ago as well. The main issue I see, certainly from a planning committee point of view, is the number of HMOs in the locality and the parking issues that Councillor Bibby has mentioned. I'll talk about that first then, because I think what Councillor Bibby said is absolutely correct. I do believe that sustainability is used against resolving the potential parking issues for a HMO. As soon as the word sustainability, oh, you've got a train station, you've got a bus stop, you don't need your cars, and then the conversation goes away from that. On the other side of the coin, of course, and I have been down to Deeside on many site visits, looking at HMOs. And when you look at it and you say, yeah, okay, perhaps there should be parking. But in some areas, you can't physically fit a car. They tend to be terraced streets that are lined all the way down from side to side. So I don't know how it would fit, but that is each application on its own merit. That's what the Chief Planning Officer would say, and we have to look at it like that. So looking at the supplementary planning guidance itself, yes, we'll wait now for the additional licensing scheme. Looking at 3.6, we've actually replicated HN7, what is in the LDP. I don't think there's any changes with regard to that. But under, just where I just scroll down, excuse me. Yeah, where we look at 3.6 and the definition under HN7, we look at criteria D, that the proposal includes a drying area, bin storage and cycle parking, and provides for the amenity of future occupants. I think it might be useful if we included the word adequate, because we went on a site visit in Buckley looking at HMO, and we said, yeah, there's the amenity space. Yeah, that would have fitted in with criteria, the criteria under D, provides an amenity, but it was totally inadequate. It was an amenity area. You had a job to put 2 black bins there. So I think that D, perhaps, I know it's part of the LDP, but this is a supplementary guidance. It can be tweaked. And I think that under D, we should include the word adequate. Interestingly enough, I can't from memory think whether we've had any new build HMOs. They all seem to be conversions. And one of the issues that crop up is say, well, yeah, we've got 4 bedrooms now. We've got a 4-bedroom HMO. We've got more people in, but that the overall footprint of the building hasn't changed. So we look at it as it comes in. I just want to move quickly on to 4.23, which is the graphic there. Yeah, I agree with that, because some people will talk about that. They don't want a HMO on both sides. But I just want to talk about the next one on 4.24. Top of page 51 shows a property there at number 18. And it says that this would be acceptable in principle. And I look at the word in principle, because whilst you look at that and say, yeah, looks okay, there may be further down the road, further up the road, across the road, there may be other HMOs that, due to the cumulative effect, you might say, well, hang on, yeah, we can fit this one shown in red at number 18, which wouldn't be a problem for the 2 shown in this graphic. But it may tip the balance, because we've now got really more HMOs than we need in the street, which brings on another point. How many is too many? That's what we need to do. We can have a view, the planning officers can have a view and say, well, yeah, we've got another 2 there, but we don't think it's too many. Residents might think you've got too many. So do we have a criteria to limit the number? Can we put a number on it for any given street and the potential impact? Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Adrian, can I bring you back on those?
In terms of the language about sustainability, we have to remember that within terms of Welsh Government planning guidance in PPW, that is the approach that's set out in terms of sustainability and transport, where you have a transport hierarchy with walking, cycling, then public transport, then the private car. So these guidance notes are all prepared in the context of that guidance. In terms of the point about para 3.6 and whether drying space, amenity space, etc. is adequate, later on in the guidance note, under criteria D, there is a whole section there which talks about providing that drying space, amenity space, and so on. So I think we've covered that within the guidance note. There was a question about any new build. I'm not aware of any new build HMOs in Flintshire, but I have seen one not too far from me in Wrexham, so they can occasionally occur. In terms of the diagrams, they're just meant to be some simple representations of what is set out in one of the criteria in the policy, that there's no sandwiching of a property between HMOs, and there's no, if you like, terracing, where you get in a concentration of HMOs. So it's just trying to replicate those messages as clearly and simply as possible, rather than perhaps trying to cater for every possible situation. And really, you'll hear this many times, we've already heard it this morning, it is a case of each case on its merits. In terms of a limit to HMOs, there's no particular limit that we can apply. It's still got to be based on looking at the merits of an individual planning application and whether or not it would cause harm, and that harm would need to be evidenced. And that's the approach we're taking within the SPG. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Right, I've got Councillor Coggins-Covan next.
Thank you, Chair. I may be misreading the document, so I'm asking for help from either the Chief Officer or from Mr. Waters. On page 15, 4.22, it says the council and risk management authorities will not permit the following, etc., etc. And then on page 68, it has in the consultation response that it would not be appropriate to add risk management authorities to paragraph 4.22. So if this is the final version, then I'm assuming that bit shouldn't be in there, and that's just an error. Or I could be misreading it. I don't know. So I'd appreciate the advice from the officers. Thank you, Chair.
Fair point.
We could look into that. I'm not sure without looking at that in detail. Okay.
Chair. So would you be able to inform the committee then on what the final status is then? Because that would be useful going forward. So whether we know what document is leaving this committee, that would be great. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask Adrian, with regard to councillors' peers, a comment about 3.6, inserting the word adequate into the document, would that be acceptable? And is that something that can be done?
The section of the SPG where that was referred to in 3.6, that's the actual policy wording from the LDP. So we can't alter the policy wording. That's a given. So we have to take that at face value. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next on the list is Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Adrian, for your report. Some of the stuff I'm going to mention has already been spoken about, just because of where I am in the queue. So I refer to 3.2 and 3.3, which is on page 44. And as rightly pointed out by Adrian, it talks about the difficulty arises from applying this to Flintshire is that only HMOs with 5 or more occupiers in building 3 stories or above are subject to mandatory licensing. So that is now not the case. I seem to remember that we brought in mandatory licensing for the smaller HMOs We also, as part of that licensing, said that we would do a fit and proper person check like we would for a license for the caravan site or similar. So I look at 3.3 and it says about a licensing scheme. We're also saying that we don't know where the HMOs are, and I just can't help but think that this policy is not quite ready for adoption. I was at a planning meeting quite recently where residents had they had access to this document, and the property sort of failed to meet quite a lot of the criteria, but it was dismissed at the planning meeting by saying, yeah, but it's just guidance. It's just guidance. So if this is the only guidance that we've got, surely we should be sticking to it. If I go down to page 54, just bear with me, sorry. Page 54, it says that applicants should therefore calculate the requirements for off-street parking, and I'm going to emphasize off-street parking there, using the figure of 0.4 car parking spaces per unit. And then it goes on to say that this figure is based on residential car parking research carried out by the Department of Communities and Local Government in 2007. So firstly, I'd like to point out that, that figure is out of date. You can't even have 0.4 of a car. But the particular property I refer to, it didn't have any on-street parking, nothing whatsoever. And the reason explained around that was, well, if it stayed as a 3-bedroom house, they'd have provision for 2 car parking spaces anyway. But that's not the truth. There was a 0 car parking space there whatsoever. And I'd just, like I say, it's already been raised by Adrian, but if I just look at the recommendation, I'm just scrolling up there with me. Sorry about this. Recommendation that the HMO IPGN is adopted. I don't think it's ready for adoption, because if we're waiting for additional licensing, if we're waiting for mapping, going back to Councillor Pearce's point of, what is the figure? What is the figure? If you look at 3.2, it tells you what the figure is. It's 10%. And then it says made available for inspection on the council's website. The recommendation is that the HMO is adopted and made available for inspection on the council's website. My answer to that is it's already been available on the council's website for some time. Residents who are having a HMO next to them, they know where to find it. They know what it says. So I just, for one, I don't think the guidance notes are ready for adoption. I don't want to be turning up to a planning meeting and saying, well, they're only guidance notes anyway, and we're waiting for the additional licensing. And just a correction that the guidance notes are already available on the internet and have been for some time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Richardson.
Okay, thanks for those comments. That particular planning committee, I remember that. At that time, and still as we talk now, this guidance note hasn't been adopted by the council. It's still in its draft form. It's been out to consultation and it's been in the public domain as a draft guidance note. Until it's been adopted by Cabinet, we can't attach significant weight to it in terms of planning committee determining a planning application. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, can I just come back on that one, if you don't mind?
Fire away.
So if we're not using this document as guidance, what are we using? What have we got to refer to? And what will change when we do adopt this document to be told, but it's only guidance, but it's only guidance?
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just bring in the Chief Officer.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just try and do my best to clarify a few points, if I may. So, Adrian has said that quite transparently that this is an interim guidance note for the reasons based around the small HMO licensing regime, which is about to kick in. And we haven't got at the moment the information to adequately consider and assess the issue of clustering, which I know is an issue that interests members greatly. But what Adrian has said, and I agree with, it's better to have the interim guidance note in place than no guidance note at all. And the reason for that is because it supplements and supports the local plan policy and builds on that. So it's more power to the elbow, if that makes sense, when making planning decisions, and will assist members of the planning committee when they are considering those planning applications. So it isn't perfect for the reasons that I've said, but equally it takes us further, and I think it provides more guidance. Now, what I will say, and I'm mindful that these words will potentially come back to haunt me, that all supplementary planning guidance is guidance, but it's there to assist, and it is a material consideration. And once it's gone through consultation and been formally adopted by Cabinet, then it can be given very significant weight in the decision-making process. So it is helpful, and my advice is better to have the document in its current state than not to have it at all. And as soon as we have that information around the clustering, we'll bring that back through the scrutiny process, through planning strategy group, to put that further information into the supplementary planning guidance. I think it's probably worth as well just clarifying a little more on the car parking issue, because I know that is an issue which troubles members greatly when dealing with applications for HMOs. So we do talk about sustainable locations because the vast majority of HMO applications are within our more built-up areas where there is better connectivity in terms of public transport, and there are better local services and the likes. And we do try and focus our residential development, as members know, within our more built-up areas in order to reduce travel and reduce the reliance on private cars. So they are by definition usually in the more sustainable locations. All of the government guidance is aimed at reducing reliance on the private car as well. But I think an important point to note here is, generally speaking, and we've had the discussion around very few new builds being for HMOs, and it tends to be conversions, and there is a backstop situation there. So there is either already some car parking provided, or the house in question has no car parking and relies on on-street parking. But there is a fallback position, isn't there? And I think that's an important consideration for members, really, that property already generates a demand for car parking. And the issue that we face is that comparable. Is the demand for HMO car parking any greater than the demand that could be generated by the occupation of that property as a single dwelling? And the argument that will often be put to members of planning committee is the worst case scenario of, a 3-bed property having a family with older children who've got cars and the likes, and that could generate 3 or 4 cars in itself. And what we constantly see in planning appeal decisions is inspectors giving very significant weight to that consideration as well. So we do have to consider this in the round, and we do have to consider the fallback position and the worst case scenario of the car parking that would be generated by the lawful use of that property. So all that comes into consideration. So it's not as simple as saying, this is going to be a HMO for 4 people, therefore it's going to generate 4 car parking spaces. It's on a street where there's no car parking spaces, so we're going to refuse it on lack of car parking. That is, unfortunately, an oversimplistic way of looking at it, because we do have to look at the current situation with regards to that property. And we do know, because we report this back to the committee quite regular, that is the position that inspectors take when they are determining the planning appeal. So hopefully that kind of helps in terms of that discussion around sustainability in car parking. I do recognise it's a really difficult issue, and it's one that really concerns residents, but we have to give you the advice in terms of what the inspectors, the position that inspectors take, and the interpretation of guidance and national policy when they're determining the planning appeal. So I hope that helps members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, moving on, I've got 4 more speakers. Councillor Chris Bithell.
Thank you, Chair. The points that I was going to raise have been covered by the Chief Officer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rose.
Thank you. Yeah, a few questions. I'll try and remove out ones which have already been discussed. I have to agree with most of what's been said already. In terms of the data not being available, do we have a timescale of when we're anticipating that to be available for us? I mean, that's probably the critical part of this, really, isn't it? Is this 2 years away that we have a full data set, or is this 3 months? You know, I think that will guide us a bit better if there's an anticipation there. I think Adrian mentioned also the evidence of harm is a necessity. Is that not down to us to evidence the harm in terms of the changes of those towns? You know, from the possible demographic changes of being lower wealth individuals moving into those areas and decreasing the spending in the towns and going against circular economies. Is that not something that we need, you know, to take into consideration within as we go forward within these? The car parking, yeah, I didn't think of it the way the Chief Officer just mentioned it, but it does bring up another point there in terms of the 2 HMOs that have been approved of, you know, doors away from where I live at the moment. Both were not residential properties. They were both business properties. So how does that impact, you know, the 0.4 cars is a figure that we've used for a while, but that data relates to 2007. You know, insurance companies have said that between 94 and 2024, there was a 60% increase in the amount of registered vehicles. And so I think for me, the demographics of who is living in the HMOs needs to be taken into consideration. And, you know, there's areas, you know, one of my neighbours could get to work on the bus quite happily from Buckley, but couldn't get to visit his son. So there's areas like that which don't necessarily add to the idea that the transport is correct. And typically those people in HMOs will be someone like going through a divorce and things like that I've seen in the ones local to me. Now, in terms of the changes going forward, this is obviously going to impact, as has been said, the more built up areas and the ones with better connectivity. Is there a longer term goal to spread that out a bit? I think that's something that's probably key to know, really, in terms of do we expect HMOs to just carry on being included and every property slowly over 40, 50 years to be converted at some point? Or is there an idea to move them about more rural areas? And then on top of that, the last thing is, although I understand, you know, that this is guidance and, you know, we don't have the full data set, but is there a reason why we can't introduce a guidance of a mandatory cap, you know, some sort of maximum ratio in that guidance just to add to, you know, what we wouldn't want to see? You know, obviously, as has been said several times, this is guidance, not a requirement. So if it's guidance, surely we should be able to say, you know, a ratio of 1 in 20 should be expected to be a maximum in the street of the known HMOs. I think something like that is probably quite simple to include. Thanks.
Okay, Adrian.
Okay, thanks, Chair. In terms of timescales for putting the data together, there's 2 stages to that. There's first the public protection officers in terms of gathering the initial data, and then there's the planning policy officers looking at the location of those HMOs and determining whether we can have an amended policy approach. So that's not going to be a quick process. You're looking at 12 months plus easily. In terms of the point about harm, well, I think
everybody involved in the development management process in terms of a planning application ultimately is looking to determine whether there is planning harm arising from a planning application. There is a presumption in favour of sustainable development operating in Wales unless material planning considerations indicate otherwise, and that's why it's so important to look at every case on its individual merits in terms of whether that harm is occurring. The parking situation, the 0.4 spaces per room, that is the latest evidence that we have available. I'm not aware of anything else that we can use, and it would be a huge task to actually seek to update that evidence. It's still being given weight by planning inspectors, and I would see no reason why we can't continue to do that in making our own decisions. In terms of, you know, the number of HMOs ultimately continuing, there's no limit in terms of numbers ultimately on HMOs. What there will be through this guidance note and possibly the future guidance note is looking more closely at the potential impacts within small geographical areas, whether that harm would arise. The question was also raised about whether HMOs can occur in rural areas. There's no reason in principle why they couldn't, but they tend to occur in urban areas because they're seeking to make available cheap, quite basic accommodation, mostly for workers, shift work, etc. And they tend to be in locations that are close to those points of work, such as Deeside Industrial Park. And that's why you find that there are certain areas of the council, of the county, where you tend to get these applications arising. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Carol Ellis.
Thank you. Most of my questions have been answered now. But what I find difficult to understand is why this policy can't go forward when all the work completing how many on the licensing of the HMOs isn't complete. Because as being on the planning committee and listening to residents on one issue where they thought, in their opinion, next door or very close by was a HMO, but we couldn't actually establish with 100% certainty whether that was a HMO or not. I think personally, as someone who sits on the planning committee, that we should actually have that information because of the parking issues, the overdevelopment of HMOs in one particular area, and that relates as well to the rubbish. We were told, you know, about the collections. Oh, no, they can't store rubbish on the front of the properties. It's got to be around the back. But then in the photographs that were taken, it was plainly showed that there's obviously a very large property with several bins. And rubbish was actually stored on the front. But why can't we have all the information? Otherwise, we're judging, aren't we, on what could be or could not be. And along with the planning guidance as well, it can be used or it can be ignored. That's another thing. It's either, oh, we get told, don't we? It's planning guidance. It's not law. It's just guidance. It's there for guidance. So I think we find ourselves in this situation, and I understand what you're saying about the parking. You can only use the 0.4 per room, but you could have 2 people in that room, 2 cars. So you could have more cars than if it was an average household where you might just have, you know, 1 person living in that room. Because it happens, reference was made the HMOs are actually targeted at people who are working and our shift workers. And we've all heard the stories of people who are shift workers will actually share that room. One's on nights, one's on days. Both could have cars. I don't know. For me, there's a lot of the changes here, and the planning guidance doesn't go far enough to actually protect the residents or actually give the people who are sitting on the planning committee sufficient information. That's just my view, Chair, but thank you for letting me ask the question.
Chief Officer.
Yeah, I guess it's a case of whether some guidance and support for members is better than none at all, really. And that issue around the clustering and evidencing how many HMOs are in any particular street or any particular area, which again is another area of concern, if that makes sense. Evidencing that and refusing planning permission on that basis, when we end up in an appeal situation, that's got to be evidenced. And that's why we're saying at the moment, we give him what we can in terms of guidance, and there's lots in there about standards, for example, and about not having HMOs next to each other and the likes. That issue around clustering, we don't have the evidence yet, and that's where the HMO licensing regime will come in and give us that more evidence. So when we're in a committee situation, you'll hear either myself or some of the other officers explaining that these are legitimate reasons for refusing planning permission because we have the evidence around harm. But if you want to go down the route of refusing on the basis of clustering, when we get to an appeal situation, we haven't got the evidence to put before an inspector because we just don't know. Now, I'm not sat here saying that's an acceptable situation, but it's a situation that we find ourselves at the minute, and we're working as hard as we can to rectify that. And the licensing scheme will go some way in assisting us with doing that. So my advice today is that the interim guidance before you gives as much support to members when considering HMOs and officers in making the recommendations. Yes, I'll accept it doesn't go far enough insofar as it doesn't give us that extra element around clustering. But I'll explain the reasons why we can't do that at the moment, and we will work towards that. But at this moment in time, we cannot accurately evidence where all of the HMOs are. So in a decision-making situation, it would be we could get ourselves into difficulties if we start using reasons that we can't evidence, and that's the point in this. So there's plenty, in my view, within the guidance to help that decision-making process. And as I said earlier, in my view, some support is better than no support in terms of the guidance that we're putting in front of you. But as I said, I'm holding my hands up, and the report is very clear on this. It's an interim guidance note for that very reason. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bibby.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My understanding here of the situation is that we've got a draft in front of us, that what we're being asked to do today is to formally adopt it. Endorse it, and then Cabinet formally adopt it. So currently it's in draft, so I imagine the formal adoption means that its material weight is significantly more. My only concern is, and I appreciate, the concerns that have been raised by Councillor Richardson, Councillor Ellis, that, it feels like it's incomplete because the licensing regime is going to take some time to basically fire up. And, Adrian said, it could take maybe 12 months before that's fully operational and you've acquired all that information. My concern is that if we park the bus on this and await that work to be done, are we in a position where we've got a draft note which leaves us exposed? Because that's my understanding of the situation, because we've got something in front of us that hasn't been formally adopted. we make our recommendation today, it's formal adoption at Cabinet. We've got that then in black and white. It's no longer draft, it's formally adopted. And then once the licensing regime is set up and that data is all then available, we can then come back and supplement it. I'm just a little bit concerned that if we were to just say today, well, it's not complete, so, you know, leave it where it is until we've got that information, there's just going to be a period of 12 months where we're exposed and where we haven't got that plan in defence. You know, and as Councillor Richardson mentioned in what he said in the application that was presented to committee recently, you know, we need to be able to have this formally adopted so we're actually able to use that as a material planning and give it the weight, and for it to be able to use when we come to situations with the inspector. Because that's my concern, is that we could just park it up and say, right, okay, well, we'll wait till all that information, but we're going to have a 12-month period where we're just going to be, we could just get bamboozled with applications and we haven't got the plan in defence behind it.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. And also, it's not unusual for circumstances to change, whether that be national policy or some other factor, which means that an adopted adopted SPG rather needs to come back for review. So, you know, they are moments in time, if that makes sense. So, and I don't think certainly you would be criticised by, for example, a planning inspector for having an adopted SPG that was an adopted interim SPG, because the reasons for that interim status are very clear. It's very transparent. So I don't think you would face undue criticism for that. If I'm speaking honestly, you might face more criticism, and I don't mean this as a threat, but you might find more criticism for parking the bus, actually, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lloyd.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, it's long overdue, this, isn't it, really? And my opinion is it's better to have something in place that can be tweaked in 12 months. It gives us something to go on at the planning committee. It would have been good to have had the information regarding the number of HMOs, but that's going to be a difficult task, in my opinion. You're going to get somewhere we're operating, and you're not going to find them, are you? There's going to be still some out there which are going to be operating as an HMO, and they're not going to be on any register. It's good. It can be a material planning consideration, which I think is very important. We're all councillors out there, and we know that our residents don't like HMOs in our area, and it's always a difficult thing for us councillors to support the residents, really. But you know, we've got to take into account the planning reasons for that. You know, things that I mean, the parking 0.4 2007, that's been raised. I mean, it is a long time ago, that research, isn't it? And obviously 0.4 should probably be more like 1.4 now or something like that. But we've got the figure there at this moment in time. We can't change it. And one thing that I've noticed, and this is one thing that cropped up recently at a planning application, is the amenity space. Well, at least this guidance here in 4.14 about amenity space, it does suggest quite a large amenity space, 3 bed sits, a minimum of 20 square meters, and each additional one above that plus 10. So if you've got a 9-bedroom HMO, you'll be talking about 80 square meters of amenity space. That's quite a big area. That I think a lot of HMOs would probably fall down on that one. I'd like to move the recommendation and obviously change the word adopted to the word endorsed, like Adrian has suggested. And again, I just emphasise the fact that it's better to have this, as the Chief Officer said, than nothing in place at all. It gives us something to go on, and it can be added to in the next 12 months. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you giving me a second chance to speak. I'll be as brief as I can. The interim guidance we already have, if we adopt it, will still only be interim guidance. I think we're doing it back to front. I was elected in 2022 and thrown into the washing machine of HMOs. I'm being told today that it'll take 12 months to get the mapping ready. So why wasn't the mapping ready in 2023, or why wasn't the mapping done 23 to 24? Like I say, I think we're doing it the wrong way around. I cannot support adopting the policy today. And could I request a recorded vote, please? I think you'd need a show of hands. I'd take advice on how that needs to be done, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Richardson, just bear with us a second while I take advice. Just while we're doing that, Adrian, do you have any comment to come back to Councillor Richardson at all?
Only briefly, simply that we don't have the mapped evidence available at present, and we certainly wouldn't have done 2 years ago. The additional licensing scheme is only coming into operation next month. So until those officers have had chance to work through a backlog of suspected HMOs and clarified the present position, it's only once that has been done, we'll start to get an accurate picture of how many HMOs there are and where they're located. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anybody know the exact figure for a recorded vote? How many are required? Was it? I think in one meeting it was 3 or 5. Can't recall. Okay, I'm getting the indication that it might be.
Can I just ask Councillor Richardson to give a reason for the recorded vote? I know he doesn't have to, but I'm just quite curious why we'd like a recorded vote.
Thanks. You answered your own question. I don't have to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if we work on the basis of 5 members of the committee, can I have 5 people indicate that they'd like a recorded vote? Okay, that vote is 1. So that falls, which I'm quite glad about in a way, because if it was 3, then we might come back here next month and do the whole thing again. So at least it's a clear indication of one way or the other. So sorry, Councillor Richardson, there'll be no recorded vote on that.
No problem.
Okay, that moves us to the recommendation. We've had a move that it's the HMO IPGN is endorsed and made available for inspection on the council's website. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded, and give a show of hands those in favour. Okay, that's carried. Okay, and that brings that agenda item to an end. Thank you very much. I've just been seeing the time. It's now 12:15. I propose we take a lunch break, and we should be back.
Chair,
one second.
Could I just suggest we do the next item? The reason I say that is then we could release Adrian for his working day. It's another SPG, so I wouldn't intend to introduce in any great detail at all, and just let Adrian run through the Space About Dwellings SPG. I wouldn't want to predict the discussion on it, but I'm assuming it'll be perhaps less controversial than the HMO SPG. So I know it's 15:15, but I suggest we might get this done in 20 minutes or so.
I think, thank you for your suggestion, but I'm going to turn it down. Okay, and we'll take a break now, and we'll reconvene at 1:20. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the Environment, Economy, Overview and Scrutiny Committee. We'll move on to agenda item number 8, which is the adoption of Space Around Dwellings Supplementary Planning Guidance Note. I'll hand over to the Chief Officer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I won't repeat my earlier introduction with regards to SPG reviews following the adoption of the LDP. The SPG before you now is Space Around Dwellings. We have had a Space Around Dwellings SPG for many years, and this is a refresh of that. So I will hand you over to my colleague Adrian Walters, who will walk you through the document. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Thanks, David. The Space Around Dwellings SPG seeks to ensure that the layout and design of new housing development respects living standards, both of existing residents and also occupiers of the new development. The draft SPG has been the subject of consultation and received a good range of responses on a variety of topics, and they're summarised in paragraphs 1.11 and 1.12 of the covering report. Some representations sought the relaxation of the standards and the guidance, and other representations sought a tightening of the standards and for them to be represented as absolutes or minimums. The draft SPG presented to you seeks to retain and adopt a middle ground in terms of the standards themselves. It's perhaps not surprising. On one hand, you'd want to see developers would want to see the standards being relaxed. Residents, etc., might want to see them being made tougher. But we think the SPG is about right, sitting in the middle of those. Also, the standards are presented as guidelines in the SPG. It is a guidance document, and there's a number of reasons for this. Each application can then be considered on its individual merits. It allows some scope for innovative design and layouts. It enables professional assessment by our case officers and for inspectors if it goes to appeal. But having said that, what the SPG states clearly is that if a development scheme is proposing lesser standards, that has to be justified by the developer, and that will be looked at closely by the case officer. We've made minor amendments to the SPG where it improves the clarity and the implementation of the document. So attached to the covering report, there's an Appendix 1, and this shows the amended SPG itself and also the table of representations, officer responses, and the recommended changes. As with the previous item, my apology that the recommendation is written as though it was the Cabinet report. So what we're seeking today is that Scrutiny endorse the SPG to go to Cabinet for adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. Councillor Pearce?
Right, thank you, Chair. I'll try and keep to the 20 minutes, the Chief Officer think. Right, I have a number of questions. Let's see how we get on. I'd like to refer everyone, if I may, to page 101 of the document itself, and in particular, figure 5, garden and driveway distances. Apologies, but I haven't a clue what it's telling me. I think we need to take it out and redo it. It says in the above diagram, the infill dwelling is unacceptable. Which one is the infill dwelling? Moving from left to right, we've got an existing house. I take that to be on its own plot, is it? Or is that one bed an annex, which is part of that plot? Where it says existing house, there's no dimension, as is for the other greyed out areas. And I don't know which is the roadside. Is it at the top or at the bottom? What does the grey represent? It talks about an undesirable subdivision of an existing plot. I take that then to be perhaps the infill dwelling or a subdivided plot to include a new property. It talks about garden and driveway, which is the driveway and which is the garden. And also, while we're looking at that, I want to talk about space about dwellings in general, because I've seen a lot of cases where extensions are built right up to the shared boundary, and then the eaves and the gutters overhang the neighbouring property. Now, could we have some explanation on that, whether it is acceptable to build the brickwork up to the boundary line, and if the eaves and gutters are overhanging and there's any issues, does that become a civil matter? Or should the entire property, including the eaves and the gutters, stay within the plot that the building is on? And similarly, we do have extensions where I've seen where the building itself has just got a drain pipes width between the building and the boundary where there's a tall fence. And now anyone can do any maintenance on their own property because of that. It's sort of beyond me sometimes. If people accept that, that's fine. But I'd just like to know your thoughts on what I've mentioned about extensions right up to the boundary, overhanging gutters and eaves, and whether this figure 5 can be redrafted and perhaps include an illustration about what I'm talking about up to the boundary and the gutters and eaves overhanging, whether that's acceptable or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Adrian?
Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Chair. That figure 5 is trying to pull together a number of messages from the guidance note about the arrangements of properties in terms of lengths of driveways, the width of driveways, the size of the rear gardens, and it's trying to illustrate an infill dwelling where I think it's unacceptable because of the shape of the garden, a long, thin garden not being usable compared to some of those other garden areas within the diagram. The greyed areas are the garden areas. In terms of extensions being built up to shared boundaries, this is fairly typical for rear extensions where you have a shared boundary such as semi-detached dwellings. I must admit I'm not too sure about the situation with overhanging gutters, etc. I don't know whether David may be able to come in with an input on that one. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Yes, so in terms of overhang, then that then effectively becomes a civil matter, and you'll be familiar, members, won't you? I think with permitted development rights, and you'll often find, and Adrian's alluded to rear extensions being built directly on the boundary, and certainly from a permitted development perspective, there's nothing to stop that. But you're absolutely right. Sometimes you get the soffits overhanging and the guttering, and that becomes a civil matter. So we wouldn't. As planners, we wouldn't recommend it. We'd always recommend that you're able to maintain on your land, but there's nothing in planning terms to stop that happening. And effectively, permitted development does, in certain instances, allow that anyway.
Did you want to come back?
Yeah, thanks for that, David. But are you saying then if it came forward as a planning application to the committee, if it showed the soffits and gutters overhanging the adjoining boundary, are you saying that that would be not permissible? But if it happens under a permitted development, there's not much you can do about it, but the person next door would have a civil case that they could raise. And secondly, just going back to that figure 5, I do think it needs revamping because you explained the grey area was grass. It doesn't say that. And it didn't give the reason why that plot wasn't acceptable, but you said that it was long and it was narrow. So I think we do need to go back. And I don't know which side the road is. We talked about driveway, but you've got solid lines there. There's no opening onto the road if the road is on that side. I think you just need to redo it, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. And I do take the point that diagram could be clearer. I'll accept that, and we'll look at that. The sentence after the diagram does try and I think give some clarity. It says in the above diagram, the infill dwelling is unacceptable, hence the cross, as the awkward plot shape results in inadequate driveway length and a narrow private garden. So I think that does kind of clear things up to a degree. But notwithstanding that, I do take your point that the diagram itself we could improve. So we will have a look at that. And in terms of planning applications for development on boundaries, this is a tricky one really, because, and I'm not looking to swerve giving you an answer, but as you know, each planning application is dealt with on its merits. Excuse me, and I don't think it will be the case that just the overhang itself was fatal, if that makes sense. It's whether the design and the scale and the massing of that development, that's the key consideration for us as a planning authority, in my view. Now, you might have a situation of an extension or a new building on the boundary is deemed to be acceptable in planning terms, but the overhang is unacceptable to the neighbour, and you're then into the realms of a civil dispute. And if you take that to two extremes, and I always use this example, if I wanted to build a house in your back garden, for example, and I could get planning permission for that, unless you let me do it, then I wouldn't be able to do it. And the same with the overhang, really. If you're overhanging and encroaching onto somebody else's land, then that's a civil matter. So you might have your planning permission in place, but if you can't get through the civil issue, you might not be able to build it. Hence, as always, recommending stepping in really to avoid that kind of overhang situation. Hopefully that helps.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rose.
Thanks. Similar query really in terms of section 7, the distance between dwelling, the last bullet where adjacent dwellings both have flank walls without windows. I couldn't get, it says figure 5. I couldn't get what that's trying to say in figure 5, but my query really is in terms of 2 meter distance between two properties would only really allow a meter each side sort of thing for access between. Do we have to take in disability regulations there in terms of giving accessibility requirements? Is it 1.5 meters needed for accessing wheelchairs and things to be able to turn around in terms of access around their building? Is that something we need to pay attention to or consider within these planning guidelines? Because although the person building it may not have any disabilities, it doesn't necessarily mean they won't have in future or that no one with disabilities will like to move there.
Good. Adrian?
I think we're into development management here, aren't we, Adrian? Hence Adrian's slight discomfort, I guess. And DM is my background, so I'm happy to take that. So in terms of access for people with disabilities, then that is primarily dealt with by Part M of the building regulations. So it would be covered. It would be covered elsewhere. So it is not uncommon to see dwellings set just 1 meter off each boundary and 2 meters between them. And as I say, the accessibility issues are dealt with through other legislation. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Rose, do you want to come back on that? Or are you happy with that response?
Yeah, I don't think I understood it fully, sort of thing, in terms of if it's in other parts of the legislation, then is that we can put what we want in this one, ignoring that part, or is it that will override this? But if that overrides this, then is this one wrong then?
Thanks, Chair. So there may be, in terms of accessibility and in terms of potentially, for example, accessing the rear of the property for people with disabilities, there may be an alternative way through that. But what you'll often find, and I think we can all give examples of this, is, I mean, if you a terrace is an obvious example where there is no access through the rear, but that still complies with the regulations. So we don't have a policy, if you like, that insists on, or we certainly don't have a policy, for example, that outlaws terrace dwellings, for example, but equally we don't have a policy that insists on, for detached and semi-detached dwellings, there's 1.5 space around that property so a wheelchair can access right the way around it. That's just not how the policy is, and to my mind, I don't think any other planning authority has that policy either. And as I say, matters of accessibility, they're dealt with through building regulations, not the planning regulations.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Wakefield.
Thank you, Chair. This was about Section 7, distances between dwellings. There's no, so you've got obviously the first figure 1, figure 2, and then the one on sloping ground. There's nothing between sizes of buildings. So in my own ward personally, we had a whole 190 houses built, all onto adjacent to an existing housing estate, and the boundary was all bungalows. And then up the entire side, there were very large 4-bedroom houses built with the sort of the blank side of the house to the bungalows. I've got it on the map here. One of them is 8 meters from the bungalow's back door, but it's just a brick wall. Is there nothing in there to protect this kind of, obviously with the height difference, you get extra meters and such. But with existing buildings, like I say, I could show you the details. There's one's 8 meters, 8.4. There's another one that's under 8 meters. We challenged it at the time and nothing came from it. So is there something in there that can help people like this in the future?
So within the SPG, there is a section that talks about differences in ridge height, and it also talks about comparisons between 3-storey developments against and adjacent to 2-storey properties, and it does talk about, doesn't it, for every metre difference in ridge height above the standard distances, those distances should be increased by 2 metres. So there is something in there. I you know, forgive me, I don't know the example that you're referring to, but this standard would clearly be applied to that. Now, I don't know what the circumstances behind that development were, whether perhaps it was a replacement dwelling, for example. I just don't know. But that standard is clearly there in terms of if there is a differential in height, then it increases the standard of separation.
So in theory, those houses built there should have been 15 to 16 meters away from there, not 8. And how was that? Who would have monitored that? And you know, where did it go wrong for the obviously the residents that lived there and had lived there for 40 years now have a brick wall at the back of their house basically, and there's several of them now.
And I think you'll understand, I couldn't possibly comment on a scheme that I know nothing about. So I don't know the background to it, and I don't know whether something did actually go wrong or whether there were other material reasons as to why that arrangement was deemed acceptable. I mean, happy to look at it offline and happy to talk through that decision. But this is looking forward, not backward, of course. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other members? Councillor Bithell?
Again, without having reference to the exact example that has been raised, you know, I think we make exceptions in relation to flank walls, don't we? Where there's no direct overlooking of windows and so on. And again, if you look at 2A, figure 2A, it says the distance guideline is 12 metres, and that's a guideline. I guess there'll be variations of those again in relation to properties adjacent to each other, again, whether they are at an angle, you know, or directly opposite and so on. There are particular aspects which do go into consideration in making decisions in relation to those cases.
Okay, any other members wishing to speak? Okay, if not, then we'll go to the recommendation with the amendment of the space around dwelling supplementary plan guidance note is endorsed and made available for inspection on the council's website. Moved, seconded. Show of hands, all those in favour? That's fully carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item 9. review of the 3 weekly bin collection, and I hand over to the Chief Officer.
Yeah, thank you. We should have some other officers actually outside. I don't know if they're sat outside potentially, but both online now. Should be Chris Cunningham, Andy Rhodes, and obviously me and he's outside. Okay, fine. Okay, both online, that's fine. So I'll do some quick introductions then before I start. So Chris Goddard is here, who's our service delivery manager for Street Scene and waste services in particular. We've also got Andy Rhodes online, who's our waste operations manager, and we've got Chris Cunningham, who's the interim waste strategy manager as well online. Unfortunately, Ruth and Chantel couldn't be here today, so you've got the 4 of us instead. So it's going to be a bit of a double act with me and Chris. So I'll lead the first part of the report and then I'll hand over to Chris to go through the operational part. So I'll cover the performance side to date. Obviously, this is a report that's been requested by this committee. We brought further reports in October. I think following the service change that came in April, we were asked to bring that report forward in October. There is a link within the report if you do want to check that report again. So this is the update report. We are still waiting for the Q3 verified figures, but I will give you a verbal update where we're up to at the moment. So I'll cover that in more detail in a minute, and then Chris will cover the missed collections. We were also asked to cover garden waste, brown bin collections, AHP, and we've tried to do that in the operational section of the report as well, and medical clinical collections too. So just to start, we are still covered by the threat of infraction fines, so I do have to point that out. For the 3 financial years, 22-23, 23-24 and 24-25, that hasn't gone away, unfortunately. We do still keep in contact with the Welsh Government officials. We have quarterly meetings with them to review our performance and also to review our progress in terms of the action plan behind the resource and waste strategy. We make sure that we do provide regular updates to them, and that two-way communication is really positive between us and Welsh Government. But we still haven't had a decision despite our requests for an update, unfortunately. So it still is a risk. We have lowered it because we're tracking really well in terms of our progress to date for quarters 1 and 2. So we have lowered it on the risk register. It was previously a red risk, but we're now down to, I think, a yellow risk because we feel that we're making really, really positive progress. So I'm not going to go into the detail to the background of the report because you're already aware of that. So I take you straight to section 1.03 on page 129. There was an error in the appendices. I don't know whether it's a formatting error. So for those online, you will have had an email copy of the appendices, and also to members in the room, you'll have updated versions of the appendices. For some reason, when it's been uploaded into the .gov system, it's chopped off some of the weeks in the first chart. So you'll see for Appendix 1 in the report, the actual online report, it went to week 35, but actually our chart actually goes to week 40, which is the end of December. So you've got the corrected versions there. So just cover that. So we've done some analysis of the service change since we started on the 28th of April right up to the end of December to see how well we've been performing. And you can see from the charts that's there in the appendices, the correct chart, we've seen a sustained reduction in the level of non-recyclable residual waste that we send to Park Adver. Week 36, there's a slight discrepancy because we actually saw an incline in the tonnages compared to the same week the previous year. And that was because in that previous year, there was a week of snow. So we had really bad weather. So we actually cancelled the collections that week. So there was no residual waste. So there is that's a minor anomaly within the chart. So we've highlighted that within the report. Overall, the variance shows that we've had a 17.5 decrease in residual waste overall in those 3 quarters, which is really, really positive. When we brought the report in October, it was 18%, so it hasn't gone down very much at all. It's mainly stayed around the same level. We've been tracking it year to date as well, and it's still maintaining at those levels. So we are confident that we will hit the 70% target. So that's a significant, you can see the tonnages there. It's a cumulative yearly tonnage of 2,778 tonnes altogether, and that's what it means in actual volume of waste. So really positive story in terms of that performance there. We move over the page onto 1.04 in terms of the residual waste tonnages that go through the household recycling centres, the HRC sites, compared to the previous year. Again, in Appendix 2, that chart shows you a similar story, but it's an even bigger decrease, so 32% decrease overall, and that stayed the same. I think when we brought the report to you in October, that was 32% at that stage as well. So that's been maintained. So it just shows that people are, when they're going to the HRC sites, people are segregating their waste in advance. They're thinking about what can be recycled, what can be reused, and minimising what's going into the residual waste there. So really positive news story there. In terms of recycling performance, we did have a slow start when we brought in the service change in terms of the dry recyclates, but that's picked up, which is really positive to see. And that's, hopefully that's as a result of some of the education campaigning we've been doing. The biggest increase has been in food waste, and that's still at 16%, which is really positive. And again, we've seen an improvement in commingled plastics, which is good between September and December. So that's seen a bit of a spike there, which is again really positive. And all of that will help towards achieving the overall recycling performance. I move on. So we've then done a bit of a comparison in terms of the overall recycling performance compared to previous year. And you can see in the chart there in 1.06 figure 4, the different quarters, how it's improved. We've done a comparison, a bit of a forecast from now until the end of the year, and we're still tracking above 70%. Obviously, that's not verified because it has to go through Natural Resources Wales for auditing. So it could change slightly, and that could go up, it could go down, we don't know. But at the moment, we're looking at 70%. So I'm really pleased that we can see those significant improvements there. Q2 in particular, so up at 75%. It's a significant figure. It has come down slightly in Q3, but it still means our overall yearly performance will still stay above 70%. So it just shows that the changes that we've made have had a positive impact. At this stage, I will hand over to Chris to take you on the next section of the report. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Katie, and good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, everyone. Not much for me, really, just to address the section of the report that talks about missed collections. When we came to the committee in October 2025, missed collections were, as always, a hot topic. And we were asked to come back with some more specific information around our performance by work stream, which is what we've provided as part of this report. We've presented data up to the point at which the report was written, around the 30th of December. And as you can see from the data within the report, our success rates are high in terms of percentages, but those tiny percentages that we miss do represent a large number of customers and households. So we are very aware that these are essentially avoidable contacts for the council, and as such we treat them very seriously, and we look to reduce them as often and as by much as we possibly can. The most encouraging thing for me about this whole process is that we've seen a consistent drop month on month from April the 28th, when service change started. There is only 1 month where figures have gone up rather than down, and that was in November. Most recently, figures for January have come through and are considerably lower than the previous January. So we're still seeing that trend of missed reports reducing month on month. We have had additional data now because of the new systems that we're using. And one of the most significant things that we are concentrating on as a team is highlighted in the report that we have over 1,000 properties that are reporting miscollections multiple times. That's not acceptable from our perspective, and that's something that we're working to address. The data shows us that these persistent miscollections are in specific areas, and as such, we've taken measures to address that, applying for grant funding for some smaller, more agile vehicles that can help us to deliver a more efficient and more reliable service in those more rural areas of the county. The other thing that was highlighted when we came to the committee in October was the back office systems that we were using at the time, and the fact that one of those systems was particularly outdated. I can confirm now that that system is going to be switched off on the 31st of this month and replaced with something much more fit for purpose. So we are, again, moving towards a position where that back office support for the crews is being bolstered and improved all the time. That's pretty much my part of the report, and happy to hand back to Katie.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you. Okay, so just cover garden waste collections and the composting. So you had asked us for some facts and figures around some of that. Some of this has already been presented in a previous report around garden waste collections separately to this committee. But overall, you can see in 1.08 over the last financial year, obviously we take all the green waste that we collect at the curbside goes to our composting facilities in Greenfield. And over the last financial year, we've processed over 17,000 tonnes of green waste. And that comes from a range of places. It comes from our curbside collections. It comes from green waste that's taken to our HRC sites, our own maintenance operations for grass cutting and other council departments. So we do support countryside services. They bring in some green waste as well. And some of that can count towards our recycling performance as well, not all of it. We also take in Denbishires as well, which brings us in a small income. And we also provide a payable service for the certain local horticultural businesses as well, so they use our facilities as well. All of that green waste has to comply with what we call the British Standard PAS 100, so it has to be audited on an annual basis and then certified as meeting that compliance standard. So we're pleased to say that we've met that, so no issues there. We do sell some of the green waste once it's turned into a product. We do actually sell that to some commercial outlets, and that brings in an income of 126,000 currently. We also distribute, last year we distributed 22 tonnes to local schools to use in their projects, which is positive, and that was given away free of charge. And we also give hundreds of tonnes back through our HRC sites to local residents free of charge, and we're trying to encourage people to use it on their gardens, and then it encourages that circular economy as well. And it's a really popular service because we regularly run out at HRC sites and we can't keep up with demand, so it is a popular service. So hopefully that's covered everything in terms of our performance. So yeah, positive news story. We're well on track to achieve the 70%. I'm pleased to say, quarters 1 and 2, we've definitely exceeded that, and it's looking like quarter 3 and 4, we're going to remain on track to achieve that 70% target by the end of the year. So open to questions.
Thank you very much, Katie. Right, I've got Chris Biffle first.
Thank you, Chair. It's a good report, and thank you very much, Katie, for it. Obviously, things are working very well in terms of our aims, which is to meet our targets. We weren't sure we were going to get that, even with the changes we made, but it would appear that these are very encouraging at this stage. and we're going to make the 70% target, or even supersede that particular target. So that's very welcome. Similarly, of course, that will hopefully prevent us from having infraction charges or fines imposed on us in the future, which again is good news. And the point is also made, of course, in the report that we're saving over £600,000 per annum in doing this. And again, that was forecast as well. We weren't sure we were going to do that, but again, the indications are we're on course for that. And who doesn't want savings? Obviously, we're in a tight-knit situation, really, as a council, in terms of meeting our charges and increasing the expenditure. And we're very restricted, again, in terms of what funds we can raise, either through RSG or indeed from our own local taxpayers. So that, again, is something which is very, very welcome. However, there are things in the report which I do wish to raise. Calls. Now, again, to us as members, it seems far larger than it actually is. We're told here that 99.76% of the collections are made successfully, which is very encouraging. I think the other 24% must be all in my ward, or your ward, because these do happen to from time to time, don't they? And again, it's very sad when they do. And it's very sad from another point of view, again, because, again, on the top bottom of page 132, it mentions about further challenges to overcome include the need to improve our customer interaction and reporting functions. Whilst these sit outside the direct influence of street scene and transportation, I accept that. We continue to work closer with IT and customer services and corporate communications. Now, this is a very, very bad joke, really, our communication system here. I had to contact a particular cabinet member recently about a complaint in another particular department, not in street scene or bin collections, but I was on the phone for 20 minutes and couldn't get through on one day. I gave up in the end. And again, the people who've been on to me had tried themselves and couldn't. That's why they came on to me. And again, I spent the same time on the following day, again with the same nil results, and again the following day. And this goes on and on. So the communication system is not working, and certainly not working as it should. And people are frustrated out there, terribly frustrated. And so am I, and so are other members here when we are faced with this on a continual basis. It's not good enough. And it's a very bad joke, our communication system. And again, it's not your fault, but I hope that this is raised with colleagues in IT and in the corporate communications, because it ain't working. With some missed collections, it was pointed out again by the officer that so some of these are repeats. And again, I find that incredible, really. We can all make mistakes, hands up, and made many in my own time. But when it happens the following week and the following week, I'm phoning up people and saying, did they collect your hygiene bin this week? No, they didn't again. They said they come on Tuesday. They said they come on Wednesday. They haven't been. Now, when that happens on a recurring basis, it seems in the minds of some people that they're being got at or being sort of they were being picked on in a sense, really, because once that's been filed and regularised, again, as we understand it as members, it's the team that do those collections who will be told, and the team leader, you missed this one this week, make sure it's picked up next week. One would hope that can be overcome in that sense, and learning from mistakes and learning the lessons. So I'm very anxious to see that we tighten up on that, because again, for whatever reason, that's not working in that sense. I think 1,000 people were mentioned there in terms of multiple times of miscollections, and that needs to be tightened up, obviously, in that sense. I just want to ask a few questions again in relation to the report. It mentions continued engagement and education with residents. How is that going, really? Because again, I think we were being told in the past where people went adhering to the requirements of recycling and so on, that they would be dealt with, in terms of discussion and suggestions, etc. Just wondering how well that's going. And secondly, with the brown bins, I've ordered brown bins myself. I know other people have, and people have phoned me. We were supposed to get some new stickers. Now, I haven't had the new stickers, and again, other people haven't. But thankfully, my bins were collected anyway, for whatever reason. But we were promised stickers to go on the brown bins, and I haven't received them, neither has anybody else. Again, it mentions here the composting, and again, I've welcomed this in the past, and I've asked the question, do we sell the compost to businesses? And we've been told we have, and there's a figure there now, £120,000, which again is very, very encouraging. Could we sell more? There's a question I ask. Again, I welcome the fact that we as residents of Flintshire can pick up our own and take it home and put it in our gardens, which is excellent. But I'm just wondering whether, in fact, we could actually make some more money out of this by selling it. And again, in terms of the refraction fines, the report highlights that we're still in abeyance with some. We haven't been sort of let off those. We may be, I think, perhaps. Are we on probation at this moment in time? And if we can demonstrate to Welsh Government, look, we're doing well now, we've done what we said, and will we be let off those particular fines? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll just hand over to Katie, and could I just ask the infraction fines? We've got a Welsh Assembly election coming up. Could they be wiped clean before the next government come in?
I can't answer that, unfortunately. I would hope so, but we have been seeking clarification on the infraction fines, but at the moment those 3 financial years are still outstanding, and we still haven't had confirmation whether they've been waived. The only year we had confirmation was that 21-22 year, where they told us the 663,000 had been waived. We actually had a formal letter telling us that we still, our understanding is that those are still being considered by the minister at this stage. What happens, I don't know, leading up to the elections, I can't comment, and what happens afterwards, I've no idea at this stage. But that's something obviously we keep asking about when we go to any sort of ministerial programme boards for waste. We keep asking about it, so it's still in abeyance, unfortunately. If I may, Chair, can I bring in other officers for some of the other questions?
By all means, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a few questions there. So if the miscollections, the contact centre, first of all, obviously we can't answer those questions, but we'll pass the feedback back to the relevant service. But on a positive note, I understand that there is a new system coming in terms of my account, and our ability, it should help our ability to send those push notifications out to residents to tell them of any disruption to services will improve. So I understand that that's coming this year. I can't, unless Chris has got any further details about when, I don't know. So there are things going on in the background to try and improve those communication systems. If I may bring in Chris and Andy on repeated miscollections, and then Chris Cunningham on the education programme and how that's going. And then I'll maybe with Chris at the end answer the question around the brown bins and the new stickers and where we're up to with those as well.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. Repeated. I went on record in October. Repeated miscollections is unacceptable, and we work very hard all day, every day to mitigate that as an issue. Andy works really closely with his supervisors. They work really closely with the charge hands. It's a very complex operation, as you can imagine. Those tiny percentages, as I said, do represent a large number of people, and we have worked with our systems provider, Omnia, and they've developed functionality within the mapping system now that is able to identify repeated miscollections by pulling the data out of our CRM. So we are putting things in place, and it's something that we continue to focus on. It's not something that I'm ever going to sit here and defend. If you miss it once, okay. If you miss it twice, and if you miss it 3 times, we've got a problem. And Andy has exactly the same approach, and we work really hard every day to mitigate that as much as we possibly can. Andy, I don't know if you just have a couple of words to say.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so as Chris has alluded to there, it's really frustrating for myself. I take great pride in the service we deliver. So if I'm frustrated, I can only imagine to guess how it feels for the resident. It's not acceptable. We've tried to put things in place, not just with technology. I now have people out actively checking the monitor list. So if they have been missed repeatedly, they're put onto a monitor list for 12 weeks so we can try and resolve the issue and rectify it. So it may not just be a driver issue where they've missed it, it might be a round issue, it might be a vehicle issue. So we try to see what the issue is and trying to resolve it. So we now have people actively going out to these missed bins on a daily basis to try and ensure that these aren't repeatedly missed and we try and resolve the issue. So whereas I understand it is frustrating, we are working really, really hard to try and resolve it. So yeah, apologies, it's not acceptable. We don't accept it and we take it really, really seriously. That's it from me, Chris.
Thanks, Andy. Chris Cunningham, do you want to just update on the garden waste, please?
Afternoon, everyone. So in terms of education, the recycling officers are still going out on a weekly basis. They're still doing events, door knocking. They're working with the schools and how we can improve that. The crews now have the recycling contamination tags. So anything that comes back, the recycling officers are then going to visit each property that comes back. So education and door knocking is still fully underway.
Yeah, if I can come in then on, I think there were a couple of other questions. One was around the new stickers. So we have had some delays. We are using an external provider to issue the stickers for us this year. And I think there has been a delay in some of those stickers going out. So we are, at the moment, we've allowed a bit of a grace period and we're collecting everything for the time being. Obviously, they've all gone out now. I think we've issued over 19,000 stickers in the last few days, in fact. So they'll be landing on people's doormats this week, hopefully. So that resolves that issue. We have changed the stickers. Obviously, we've moved away from the RFID tags or stickers that we had previously. So these are more visual for our crews and makes it easier for everybody, hopefully, going forward. So at the moment, we're still collecting everything at this stage, but obviously we're going to have to start to phase that out as stickers start to arrive and people put them on the bins. So I think there'll be a few more weeks before we stop doing that. In terms of composting, you asked if we could sell more. We could always sell more if we can produce more. Obviously, there's a limited capacity at Greenfield in terms of the space and capacity at the site and our ability to process it quickly enough. And we've got an open windrow facility there. So it takes, I think, remind me, Chris, I think it's 8 weeks to get through the cycle. So when they start, it comes in as the raw matter, whether it's trees, branches, grass cuttings, whatever, and it takes 8 weeks for it actually to be broken down and shredded and keep going through that cycle. So it is it's a really tough process that it goes through in terms of making that product at the end. And at times, we do struggle to actually keep up with demand as well. If we're trying to improve some of the equipment and machinery we have so we can increase the capacity. We already take in Denbighshire's waste, but there could be an opportunity to take in another local authority's green waste and bring in an additional income. So we're already having some conversations around that in North Wales as well. There have been conversations about, do we need a more regional approach to certain things like this? So we are looking ahead, in terms of the future, because it is an open windrow facility. Would we be better looking at an in-vessel composting facility in future years, which you capture some of the emissions and generate electricity from it potentially? So there's massive opportunities for that facility in the future, and this is all part of our our ongoing future strategy. So yeah, any ideas and thoughts around those, that'd be really, really beneficial.
I'll just come back on that, if I may. That's very welcome news, Katie. Thank you very much for that. I'm just, we all like getting freebies, and I've certainly used the free compost myself, as I'm sure others have, and indeed the people we represent. But should our emphasis be on selling the compost to commercial operations, bringing in income, rather than giving it away to locals free of charge? I'm not saying we shouldn't be doing that. I think we get left over, should be. But I'm just wondering whether we can perhaps shift the balance somewhat to selling more, getting some income on that, because we need all the money we can get as an authority, don't we, to operate our services.
Okay, thank you for that, Chris. Glenn, did you want to come in on this point that Katie's just said, or do you want to be added to my list to come in later?
I'll be honest, Chair, I thought everyone had finished speaking. That's why I was coming in. I'll come in later. Thank you.
Got a long list here. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just look at my notes. So yeah, thank you for the report and thank you for the colour printing. You know, I feel as I've been listened to. I've made a small difference to Flintshire County Council. No, overall the report is positive. The questions I have are I think the problem is with the repeated miscollections, which is, I mean, I have to say, to start with the praise, miscollections in my ward that I'm aware of have gone down dramatically. It was very rocky when we changed it over, obviously, and there was an issue with repeated miscollections. Some people have missed them for 6 to 8 weeks. It was really dire. That has stopped. I mean, the last time there was a repeated miscollection, there was another issue, and it wasn't the service responsibility. I would say that I still think the reporting mechanism for members isn't great, and I appreciate why it's done. I'm going to say for the convenience of, and I don't mean that in a loaded way, but I understand why it's done for the convenience of the officers. However, I think the downside of it is that it does undermine members, because it makes it that there's no difference between a resident ringing up saying we've missed a collection and a member ringing up and saying there's a missed collection. So the resident would think, well, in that case, why am I paying you 20 grand a year when you make no difference to me in these terms? So it does undermine what members can do. I can see the service manager smiling at the thought of members not doing very much for their money. So I'm not, I won't go any further. But so that does need to be looked at. The other bit was the specialist vehicles. When are we likely to have a decision, on the funding for those? When's that likely to happen? And what's plan B? So if we don't get the funding for these specialist vehicles, what is it? What do you mean by specialist vehicles? Is it just like a smaller transit van? Is that what we're talking about? Again, a shake of the head from the chief officer, so obviously it's not that. On the resource implications on page 134, the last but one paragraph, it starts option 1A, 180 litre black wheeled bin collected every 3 weeks. It says that the £650,000, this reduction in costs has now been removed from the disposal budget and is the gap that needs to be filled. I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean that it was a saving that never realised, or was it a saving that's been lost to something else? So if you could just explain that, I'd be very grateful. And then in closing, just to say that I suppose I need to declare a personal interest, because I now go to Greenfield at least once a week and fill up with the compost. I think it's for a certain demographic of Flintshire residents who don't make use of the schools, don't make use of social services. They see the compost as one of the few things that they get for their council tax, that and the roads. So I'd be very, very hesitant for us to reduce the amount that people get. As I said, personal interest, because I use it myself. I think where there might be scope is some sort of fair use policy. I mean, the reason I go to Greenfield is because my local one, Nurquis, there's a chap that turns up with a trailer and just empties the entire skip of compost in one go. And it's not very neighbourly. And I'm absolutely sure it's completely not for commercial use, and it's absolutely for residential use. So some sort of fair use policy would be useful. However, I appreciate that it's easy for me to say that sat here. It'll be the guys on the front line that have to enforce it, and it may not be very pleasant. So it's just something for you to consider. And then finally, with the most recent issue I had with repeated miscollections, it was due to user error. Is there a way with the new technology that you've got so that the crew can feed back to the office what's happening, that members can be told, this is the third time we haven't picked up from number 18 because they put the wrong stuff in or something like that? Because we get the telephone call from the resident saying, right, it's been 3 weeks now, nothing's been collected, what are you doing, what's happening? And we immediately think, oh, okay, right, I'll get on this, I'm really sorry, this is awful. And then we find out later from the officers, actually, they've been putting the wrong stuff in the wrong bins and it's sort of their own fault. So it would be useful if there was a mechanism which we can be forewarned, and it would just help us calibrate when we inevitably get that call, or even be proactive on your behalf and go out and say, by the way, your bins haven't been collected and it's because of X, Y, and Z. I would find that useful. Thank you very much, Chair. Oh, and Chair, apologies for coming back into the meeting late. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll have to bring in officers, you know, for some of those questions. There's quite a lot there. So it's okay, I'll bring Chris and Andy in around the repeated miscollections. But in terms of the, you know, the reporting mechanisms for members, that's something we can take away and, you know, maybe address with governance and the corporate comms team to see whether there's any alternative. I know we've asked you to all go through the CRM system and log things, and that's for our benefit, because when you're sending emails directly to me, to Chris, they can be missed. I'm going to hold my hands up. You know, when I'm getting, you know, well over 200 emails a day, I will miss them. I know I've got a PA, but even she misses some things. So it's you know, the reason we ask you to log it is because we know it's captured, it's documented, it's showing up in these reports, so you can see the figures. But if you're sending emails directly to us as officers, there's the room for us to miss it, but it doesn't get captured either or logged. So, you know, we're not then reporting accurate figures. So that's why we ask you to go through those channels. In terms of the specialist vehicles, we've put the bid in to Welsh Government with support through local partnerships and RAP Cymru. I don't know, unless Andy's able to confirm, you know, any further sort of confirmation of dates, but at the moment, I'm guessing with the pre-election period, it might be suspended until after the election period. We did make sure we got those applications in early. You know, they were supported, and we've certainly had some positive feedback from Welsh Government on the quality of the applications. They've been really, you know, and all credit to Andy, he's put a lot of work into the bids. They've been really, really of a high standard, and that was actually pointed out by the Welsh Government officials. So I am hopeful that we will get the funding. In terms of Plan B, we would have to just look at other sources of capital funding that are available either through Welsh Government or through our own funding streams that we have available in Flintshire, and that's the alternative. So I'll hand over to you, Chris and Andy.
Yeah, just to echo a couple of points there, really. We want the reporting mechanism to be as simple as it is for everybody, whether it's members or customers or even colleagues within the council. So it's something that we're working really closely with the comms team and with IT on. We're looking forward to the release of the new My Account app, which we think is going to have additional functionality, a much more modern iteration of that app. The old app has been revigorated and will have additional functionality that should make things more streamlined. I'm conscious that we did introduce a fast track system through, for want of a better phrase, on the customer services phone line. But one of the things that we do find a lot is that people think they're speaking to Street Scene when they're not. We will regularly get complaints from customers saying I've phoned Street Scene 5-6 times and I've not had a satisfactory response, but no one within Street Scene has actually spoken to that customer. It's dealt with corporately. So some of the branding might need to be looked at in order to manage people's expectations a little bit more. But that customer interaction is a real focus for us. I'm comfortable and confident that we've got the operational delivery of this service to a really high standard. And I think the icing on the cake is that customer interface. And I think that's something that we really need to focus on now. I don't think we've necessarily got the right systems currently, but I know that they're coming, and it's something that we have a lot of focus on as a team and as a service. In terms of Plan B exists today because we know that even if they approve the funding application tomorrow, the vehicles have still got to be built, and they're not on the shelf ready to pull off. They do have to be built to order as well. So Andy will no doubt have more information on that for us. In terms of the amount of compost that's taken for free, I take both points. We do look to offer that service for free because we know it's important to residents. My garden has benefited from the same material over the years. But what we are doing and what we actively do all year round really is to look for commercial off-takers to take large quantities of it. Obviously, the larger the quantity, the lower the price per tonne, but either way, there is a circular economy benefit, and there is new legislation coming over the horizon that will obligate new builds to have a certain percentage of recycled material included in part of the build. So that's a potential opportunity for us to explore over the next couple of years as well. So, and that applies to all the material that we collect and move on, not just garden waste really. So I'll just bring Andy in just to update regarding the vehicles, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So just a bit of a detail, really. The vehicles that we're referring to, the small agile vehicles, are something which I did a bit of research on, and I went over to speak to Denbighshire, who have, I think, more challenging areas to get to than ourselves. So we looked at the vehicles they were using. We did trial a vehicle temporarily. I think it's the best on the market, really. I would have preferred to have an automatic vehicle, but there isn't one on the market. So we've put the bid in. I'm hopeful we can have that over the line. In the interim, I realised that the vehicles that we were currently using for these areas of concern, which does make up a large proportion of the repeated miss, weren't adequate. So in the interim, myself worked closely with Fleet, and we had some cages designed which we could cross-platform. At present, we're using a vehicle which, if the vehicle was damaged, if there was a puncture or a steering issue, we didn't have a suitable vehicle. So at the moment, like Chris was alluded to there, we are using Plan B. We had some cages designed which we can cross-platform. So if the vehicle was damaged or off the road, we could hire in a similar vehicle and cross-platform change the cage in order to get to these difficult areas. And also on top of that, in the interim, we have a 4x4 which is going into the really secluded areas and difficult properties to do a isolated collection to bring down to the vehicles that can't currently get down there. So that's our plan at the moment. That's what the vehicles are for, and hopefully it will eradicate some of these difficult areas and these missed collections that we've encountered recently. Hopefully that answers the question. Thank you.
Okay, there was one more question around section 2 of the report around the wording, and I agree it is a bit confusing in terms of how it's been written there, but basically I think originally the modelling showed that we would have a 650k reduction in cost compared to the previous baseline. That was modified to 600,000 because it wasn't a full year effect because the change came in from the end of April. So 600,000 basically came out of our disposal budget because we obviously don't see that that reduction in residual tonnages are not going to Park Adver anymore. So that's where that's come from. And as you can see in the following sentence, we've been monitoring that quite closely because obviously 600k has come out of the budget. So we need to make sure we don't exceed that. And we've actually achieved a 589,000 saving by not sending those materials to Park Adver anymore. Obviously, we still have to pay for disposal regardless of where it goes, but it costs less to recycle it than it does to send it to Park Adver. If it goes to Park Adver, that's the most expensive way of disposing it. So that's what we're seeking to avoid, if that explains it simply. Hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you to all the officers for the information. So I do just want to thank the portfolio for all the work you've done on the miscollections, because at the beginning I probably was one of the harshest critics just because I was getting so many complaints. You have done incredibly well. Obviously there's still room for improvement, obviously, but you have done well. So I'm sort of very pleased about that, both as a member of this committee and as a ward councillor. You've made my life easier. The bid you put in for the vehicles, how much is that bid?
Andy, do you want to come in?
So it works out between 300 and 380,000 pounds.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if you've exhausted those questions, Councillor Coggins, yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair.
Okay,
Thank you, everyone.
thank you. Move on to Councillor Pearce.
Right, thank you, Chair. I think it was I who, with the committee, instigated this because we didn't get off to a great start after the 28th of April. We were inundated with emails, and I suppose out of sheer frustration, we said, look, it's got to get better. But, you know, we allow plenty of time for this report to come to the committee. I'm pleased to say that it's going in the right direction. And I think officers and chief officers demonstrating to Welsh Government you're doing your very best to get to those targets, and we see it there. So just before I delve into my questions, the debate prompted another question about the brown bin stickers. Now, I've subscribed to my brown bin. My brown bin collection was last Tuesday. I had no sticker. I put it out. I thought, well, is it going to get collected? Is it not? It was. Now, whether it was the goodwill of the operators, I don't know, or whether they had a list of people who had paid. But it did prompt me, and I did send an email about, I got a receipt from the council to say I paid for my bin, but unfortunately, it doesn't include the address. Now, I could have perhaps, if it was agreed with the council, if I've got a receipt for payment for the bin with my address on, I could just stuck it on the bin and say, there's the proof. But it was pointless because there's no address on it. So maybe the receipts could include the address for what you've just paid for. But that's just an aside. But I suppose the next one will be next week, and I'll have to see if it turns up. Right, so sorry?
Alan's got one. Alan's got one.
Oh, very good. Yes, it's not much good to me, Councillor Marshall, but yeah, okay, thanks very much. It seems to be, like the potholes I discussed in your area as well, so never mind. Right. Yeah, okay. Before I go on to miscollections, which I will touch on, the brown bin, there is a reduction, it seems, in the subscriptions on the brown bins. So do we have the figures for 2025 and what we might be expecting in 2026? Any reduction in the subscription income? Right, so I will move straight on to the miscollections. So firstly, I'll congratulate you on the performance. Yeah, you're recycling. And the fact is, on the miscollections, I think Chris Goddard shared this with me a few weeks ago. We were complaining about the number of missed bins, and I've been the biggest critic of that. Coming back to October, the biggest critic of the missed bins. We've got here 12,900. We put that into context, and you've had a collection rate of 99,000. That's 99%. That is fantastic. So you'll understand that all residents in Flintshire will expect their bins to be collected without any issues. So every miscollection Yeah, every miscollection is a concern. It causes grief for residents. It causes grief for elected members who are at the coalface facing these complaints. But I'm pleased to say my emails are getting less going in to Chris Goddard, to Katie. The CRM system, I know you're saying to use it. You'll know the occasion. I don't need to bang on when we had 38 brown bins, and I had to load everyone onto the system because you didn't do it by road. It had to be done individually. But I did it just to prove to you that I will do it. I will get them reported, but it does need improvement. I did have a recent communication from an officer, which doesn't happen very often. It's usually one way, but I do get a response eventually. But on this occasion, I had an unsolicited email from an officer who gave me a reason why a road could not be collected, along with a photograph. There was a parked vehicle blocking the lorry. Now, to me, that's acceptable. I can go back then, which I did, back to the residents and said, look, do you realise why your bins haven't been collected, even though you're ringing me up because of this? Well, that's not how it works. You as residents, you've got to sort it out between yourselves. So, although we do get miscollections, I always have a look at, well, what's caused it. A lot of occasions, it's just been missed. Yeah, things do happen. So, and I accept that, but every miscollection does cause a problem. It causes work for officers because at some point, although someone has been employed to pick them up, it hasn't been done, so it's got to be repeated. So that's repeated cost in a sense, isn't it? Now, I think, well, I don't think, I know I agree with what Councillor Bithell said. He talked about communication, and I agree. I was under the impression that when you rang up about a missed bin and street scene, it went to street scene, but I gather it goes to the council's central desk, wherever that is. And Councillor Bithell also reported about the repeated missed bins, which again, people themselves try to do it themselves. And I've shown emails to officers where they are promised that they will be responded to, and it doesn't happen. So again, I think the thing coming out of this is we need to improve the communication. We need to have easier reporting. And why, for example, couldn't Street Scene have their own reporting desk? Why can't we have a manned miscollection front desk with an email and a phone? And not a voicemail where you say you're going to return calls and it doesn't happen. I think we need to look at that. If the missed bins are the fault of the council not picking them up, you've got to provide the easy means for them to be recorded and dealt with. And on a lot of occasions, well, leave them out, we'll pick them up next week. Well, to be honest, I think if your collection is due, it should be picked up. I want to talk about the challenges that's been outlined on pages 132, 133. And again, I thank the officers for being open and transparent on accepting there are issues. Several challenges, the back office IT systems, the workforce changes and the complaints handling, which we've talked about, the outdated Mayrise system, and further challenges to overcome include the need to improve our customer interaction and reporting functions. Now, yeah, these are the challenges. These are what's been identified. And, you know, this, I suppose when you're starting from scratch, 28th of April, you know, these things come to light. It's all in hindsight now, but they've been identified. They can be fixed. But when I move on to the conclusion in the report, it talks about the 3 weekly residual waste collection service has delivered clear and measurable improvements. I'm not arguing with that. I note what's said and I accept what's said there. But what I do say is, in the conclusion, it hasn't acknowledged the impact of the missed collections on residents and elected members. It hasn't acknowledged the time and effort spent by members contacting the council on residents' behalf, and it hasn't acknowledged the many cases of repeat contact with the council over missed households that have been previously reported. Now, I've changed the next line in my comments here because I was going to say the conclusion should also accept the failings within street scene. I'm not going to use that. I've took it out. I'm going to use the conclusions to accept the challenges within street scene, because I do believe they're trying their very best. But when systems are letting them down, when we don't have a robust communication system, yeah, that is not helping the situation at all. So I think bottom line for me is an improved communication system and a reporting mechanism. And because the conclusion didn't include what I just mentioned, I think we should have 2 further recommendations in the report. And I'll just run them now. An additional recommendation number 4, that scrutiny accepts street scene's reason for the reported missed bin collections and the proposals to deal with the challenges listed on page 132 and 133 of this report. And recommendation 5, that scrutiny will further review street scene's responses to those challenges in recommendation 4 in 6 months' time, and to include the improvements to date. I propose those recommendations and thank you for the report.
So while we're doing that, do you want to respond?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm fine. Can you please share those with me, because I'll need to update the report afterwards as well. So if you can share those recommendations with me, that'd be great. I think, everything that Councillor Pearce has accepted by, it's all in the report already. I think we're in agreement that those, in terms of those challenges, we've acknowledged that they're there. I think there has been, in the past, some issues around us not getting to the root causes of some of those repeated miscollections. But, that's improved significantly because, we're now, like Andy said earlier on, we're now sending officers out to actually go physically out on the ground and understand, well, why has that road been missed, or why has that property been missed? There must be an underlying reason for it. Either it's the vehicle can't get down there, or is there an issue with the round? Is that property not accurately been updated on the round? So there can be an all manner of reasons as to why they're repeatedly missed. But I think we're getting better at understanding those root causes behind those. And I think we all acknowledge the comments that have been made today around the levels of communication and how we communicate outwardly to residents and be more proactive, but also how we receive those reports as well. And those are the aspects that we're focusing on now. They're our priority for the next 12 months and going forward. And I think some of the back office system improvements will help with that, certainly in the next few months. So hopefully you'll start to see some changes there. I don't think there's anything further unless Chris wants to add anything.
No, nothing further from me. Thank you. I'm glad that we've answered the questions from the October meeting and look forward to coming forward with more solutions.
Okay, thank you. Communications seems to be the one thing so far. I've got 5 more speakers. Councillor Carol Ellis.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak. A lot of the questions I was going to ask have actually been asked, so I'll save that part. However, regarding miscollections, some weeks ago, I attended, I'm sure with lots of other members, the sessions down at Altamy. Very good, very nice officers, gave all the details in of where my repeat missed collections were, and I was expecting to get some feedback from that, but I never did. There were certain areas, I won't name them here, the areas, but continually missed. And I was expecting to get feedback. And I do appreciate there must have been an awful lot of councillors who actually went down and actually reported. But that goes back to the communication issue again, doesn't it? That wasn't the case. I was expecting if I was going down there and made the time and effort to write a list of where missed collections were, that I would actually get some feedback. However, it's improved because on those missed collections, I haven't had the people who phone me up every fortnight and get really angry with me because they've been missed again. And I'm sure this is a repeat that quite a few councillors get. They get angry because they think they've phoned up at the call centre, okay, 20 minutes to get through. That's the first. Then when they get through, they think that they are speaking to Streetsy and that they are recording that where their miscollection is. And this is, again, it comes down to communication because, of course, they're not. They're speaking to the help desk, which could be helping all different issues. So whoever suggested that, and I saw Katie's face, yeah, I'm sure that they wouldn't want that. She wouldn't want to have a dedicated officer answering the phone. But I think it would solve an awful lot of issues for everyone, to be quite honest, for councillors. And Katie knows that because I copy Katie into all of my emails because I think she's really good. You know, that is the way I record my miscollections via Katie, because I refuse as an elected member to go along. And actually, I admire Councillor Mike Pearce for actually listing all that, but I refuse to do it. I'm an elected member. I should be able to make contact with an officer on behalf of the people who I represent and get an issue sorted. As it was made reference, people say they're paying my wages, so they don't expect me to be the same, treated the same as them. They think that we have got a superior power, that we should be using it. That's what the public think, that we should get instant replies. But I will say, I'll hold my hand up and I'll say things have improved, but I've still yet to have anyone phone me up when an area has been missed. And I have an area of in Buckley, Mould Road, where there's continual traffic lights and issues on there, and that's been ongoing since August of last year. But I am very fortunate and very lucky that I have fabulous street scene officers who I can call and contact, and they say, well, we'll speak with our colleagues on recycling and we'll get that sorted out for you. And they do, but no one has ever phoned me up and said, we've missed all the Mould Road, Carol, because of the traffic lights. And then I know I'm prepared. I just get a deluge of phone calls. And the other issue is around the AHP. There's no consistency. So they might get collected, it's bin day to day in my ward, or most of my ward. So they might get collected today, but there again, they might not. There's no consistency. It's not a regular occurrence. It's as and when. So I think that needs addressing. And there's just one other issue that a resident brought to my attention, to say that they'd had the litter bin removed in the area where they live. And it must have been removed by someone in authority because you needed a key to undo it. You couldn't just take the bin away. It needed to be undone with a key. So that litter bin was removed because allegedly it could have been used by people putting their black bin rubbish in it. We don't know. Anyway, I made a complaint about it and it's come back, but it had been missing for some weeks. It wasn't damaged or anything like that. It had just been removed. So I said I would ask for reassurance that Flintshire County Council aren't actually removing litter bins because people are putting their black bin in, because it would be counterproductive. But I said I'd mention it and I have. But yeah, that's the issues for me, communication and the AHP, because a lot of vulnerable people, you know, the world we live in at the moment, a lot of vulnerable people have the clinical waste outside their properties, and it's very much, remember the signs that we used to have years ago where for assistance on the bins, you know, it is a bit of a sign that there could be a vulnerable person living there, and if they're leaving that collection out for days or even a week. Well, I'm sorry to be negative, but I'm trying to be positive as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Katie?
Yeah, I haven't really got anything to say other, because obviously a lot of it's similar to what other members have already raised, but I know Andy has made some improvements around AHP, and you know, we're trying to move that to a doorstep collection rather than a curbside collection to try and improve some of those issues around vulnerability. So, you know, there's work going on in the background to move to that. So that should help in those situations. In terms of the contact centre, you know, we've discussed at length, you know, about how that operates currently. And I think it was some 5 or 6 years ago, we moved to a centralised contact centre for the whole authority. You know, there's no aspirations to move that back out into portfolios. There'd be a significant cost for doing that, obviously. But in the absence of that, we are trying to improve the way we communicate that so people understand they're not phoning street scene. So I think, you know, like Chris mentioned earlier on around the branding, they need to understand they're phoning a central contact centre for the council. They're not phoning street scene, so we need to do something around that, because people think that when they're phoning that 1234 number, it's street scenes. So there's some stuff around the website that needs to be improved around that, so they understand that as well. So yeah, I mean, we take on board all the feedback. If you've not, you know, had calls around those drop-in sessions, pleased to hear that things have improved, but you know, that's something we can follow up on as well.
Okay, thank you. Just because Councillor Ellis mentioned it, did I read somewhere some weeks back there was some enforcement maybe issue with the normal bins and residual waste being put into household waste being put into, you know, public bins on the high street?
Yeah, if we've got known problems, we have got some hotspots where we are dealing with through things like community protection warnings and community protection notices that's going on in certain area at the moment of the county, where it is being abused, but those are known to us. I am aware of a recent, you know, I'd say a handful of complaints where bins have actually gone missing. Certainly not too far from this building actually is one of them. So we have had some bins go missing recently. I don't know whether that situation is as a result of that. I don't know, but I'm pleased to hear that it's been replaced quickly. Obviously, I know certainly the case that I saw very near this building, the bin had been removed, but people had carried on putting their rubbish into the base that was still left behind. So, you know, which the mind boggles why people would continue to do that, but there we go. But again, that was replaced very quickly within a matter of days. So, but I'm not aware of any, you know, other enforcement action. But if we're aware of hotspots where we have got known issues, then yes.
Okay, thank you for that, Katie. Right, online, got Councillor Marshall.
Thank you very much, Chair. Right, we'll start off with the contact centre. There seems to be some confusion about, the people think they're talking to street scene. If you dial 701234 and think you dial 1 or 2, there's a recording that says, "Welcome to the street scene contact centre." That's what it says. So whoever calls that number thinks they're calling a street scene contact centre, even though they may not be. The staff in the contact centre the same person takes calls for housing or street scene. I've been there as well. So there's a display up on the wall which shows the number of calls waiting. That is inaccurate because there's a lot more waiting than is actually shown there. So that really needs updating as well. Regarding the missed collections, the reported missed collections, the reported missed collections is a proportion of what actually is missed and what the residents see and what we as councillors see outside. I've had examples of one lane where there was 3 houses, only 1 reported it. I've had examples of a little cul-de-sac in which 15 houses were missed, 1 reported it. So I reported it on their behalf. So that means that these reported miscollections has a multiplication factor associated with it. And in my case, it could be between 3 and 15 times. So if we take as an example that only 1/10 of the people report as miscollections, the number that actual miscollections could be 129,200. Now that's probably not minor. So you might need to think, well, is that significant or still acceptable? I find that residents, they tell me on Facebook, oh, we don't bother reporting the miscollections because they don't come back and collect them. And I've experienced a lot of, if food, black bins or brown bins are missed, they're never collected. They have to wait there for a couple of weeks. There's one place I had 2 bins and the maggots in it. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. I've found that some properties are on a round to be collected Monday, but they end up being collected Tuesday. I've reported this as it being wrong, but they're still being collected on the wrong day. Last year, regarding repeated miscollections, last year, early on, this was quite bad, but we had 10 properties that had been missed for 6 weeks. So you've got, 60 lots of recycling to be collected then. When the residents call the call centre and they log a missed collection, say recycling, it's logged. The next week, if they ring in and say, well, it's a repeat miscollection, they won't be given a new number, that they'll continue using the same old number. And if that happens for, say, 10 weeks, it's only recorded on the system as 1 miscollection instead of 10. Now that affects your reported miscollection statistics. So the figures now, you could have a multiplier of 10, you could have a multiplier of 20. So these you've got to get some idea what is actually going on here, because we see actual, you see reported, and there's a difference, and there's a multiplier that has to be worked out what it is. It could be 10, could be 20. Councillor Pearce, the 33 potholes were all down one narrow lane, and there's no way that the wagons could turn round. And that lane used to resemble the Somme. Right, that's all I've got. The label. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. You need to put it on your bin.
I know. There's some spelling mistakes in the Welsh section. Katie will sort that out, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you. Any response to?
I haven't got any comments in response because I think a lot of it's been covered already. But unless Chris has got anything he wants to come back on.
No, nothing specific. Councillor Marshall and I have had many conversations over the last few months, and I'm fully aware of the issues that he's raised here. We take them really seriously. I don't know if Councillor Marshall misspoke there when he said potholes, but when we're focusing on those miscollections, we acknowledge that we don't have a tag on every bin. Unless we are going to microchip every receptacle, we will never have 100% accurate data. We can only work with the data that we've got, and I accept that there will be a degree of wriggle room when it comes to that, but it's the data that we've got, and it's all we've got available to us at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Wakelam.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to say well done on this. I mean, 12 months ago, we were in a very dire situation. You came to us with a plan. It wasn't very popular with everybody, but it has delivered, and we are now hitting our target. But it's not our target, is it? It's the county's target. We only pick up what is left at the roadside. And I think that needs to be put out more, that it's not the council's job to do this. It's just the council's job to collect it. We need more education. Like we were saying before, it's still going on. If you look at, so this meeting and this topic has already been discussed on social media this morning with one of the news providers. They were saying what will be the outcome and what will be the result. And all the comments were, I can't wait till the summer, my bin will stink, there'll be maggots everywhere. People still aren't getting the idea that every week in a special little green bin, you can have your food waste taken away if you've got any left. People just need to start reading around the subject and listening more. Because, I mean, we wanted 70%, the county needed 70, you've given us 75%. But I think education just needs to keep poking. I know in my ward, Debbie comes round, she's always there, and this is not me, she calls herself this, I can never remember her name, I'm awful with names, but the bin witch comes round and she bullies people. She doesn't bully, she looks at things, but that's what she calls herself. But you know, you've got to understand that if you open your bin and it's got recycling in, you're not going to get a bigger bin, you're not going to get this, you need to do the work. It's a two-way stream. So but well done on this so far, it's really good.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you. Thought it was never going to come to me, that many speakers. Yeah, obviously this wasn't very popular when it was introduced, was it, with residents? But it has been a great success, and it has improved the recycling targets. Just on the miscollections, just a question that I've got is, does the driver of that's out on the day report back that he's had to miss a miscollection, possibly due to parked cars being in the street? Because, you know, if they did, it would be nice for the ward member to be informed as well. Because, you know, the residents do come straight to us, as has been said before. I think Councillor Pearce asked a question before, which I was going to ask as well, but I don't think it was answered. What's been the take up on the green waste, the brown bin, this year compared with last year? Just wanted to give a shout out to the recycling education team, Chris Cunningham, and the team. I think they've done a marvellous job. I mean, before it was stopped, myself and Councillor Shawcross walked around most of Sonia, and the targets have improved. You can see it when you go around the streets now. The recycling bags are out there, which they weren't before at all. So that was a success. And the officers still come round with us now and again when we have a housing walkabout with the housing officer. Not all the time, but you know, pick up a lot of issues on them walks as well. Michelle, there was one, Michelle Shaw, there was one incident where I've got a house, it was a HMO, but it's now for the homeless. There was one black bin there, There was loads of rubbish outside. There was, I think, one recycling bag. Michelle came round with the homeless team and myself. Now they've got 9 black bins, loads of recycling bags, and it is being done. So that was a success as well. So, you know, full marks to your team, Chris. They've done a really good job, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the feedback. It's really positive to hear about the team, and it certainly goes a long way when they get praise and thanks like that. They feel proud to work for us and want to make a difference. So it really does it does help when you get positive feedback about the work that they're doing. So thank you to all members, actually. In terms of take up and garden waste, so Chris, prior to this meeting, has just provided some updated figures. So up until Friday last week, we had 19,748 households subscribe for garden waste. Obviously, it's still quite early in the season. The weather's not the greatest, so we expect that to improve, certainly over April, significantly as we go into Easter, the bank holiday as well. We tend to see a spike around that time. So at the moment, it's on track to be similar to last year. So it is positive at this stage.
Sorry, Katie, what was that figure?
It's 19,748. Obviously, it's increasing every day, so that will have gone up since last week.
Okay, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question, really. First of all, congratulations on hitting the target. Has there been an increase in the blue and grey bags? I would imagine there would be. Is there a figure of our yearly spend on them bags? Then that leads me on to another point. I think we could further improve there on the cost of the blue and grey bags, because I know in my street it's something I've mentioned to the service manager before. When people don't get the same bags back that they leave outside their house, they leave them in the street, they go and get another one, or they put everything in the black bin. People get quite attached to the bag, so you've got a nice clean bag that you've been to the Connect Centre for, or you've got it however you've got it. You put it out, you go to work, you come back, and you've got the one from 3 doors down that they've been putting tins of soup in and beer cans and not washing it, and all the handles frayed. What people tend to do, they'll leave that out in the street, and they'll get a new one. Thirdly, and it is just an observation, I think the department, you could cut down on the amount of walking that your street scene operators, the lads that and ladies that collect the recycling. I work for a local motor manufacturer in the engine plant, and they're massive on it's a word called muda, and it means waste, but it's not the waste that you're thinking of. It's time where you're doing something you shouldn't need to be doing. So what I see is when the lads collect and the ladies collect the bins, they walk 15 yards away from the wagon, 15 yards back up the street to put the stuff in the wagon. They're doing twice the distance they need to do. And it's not a complaint. It's just, I think if I sat with Andy and Chris maybe one afternoon, I could demonstrate it to you, not by filming people, but just with a little diagram and saying, you could improve it even more. And the improvements that I'm talking about would ensure that where the operatives took the bags from, they would end up going back in the same place. And so it's good news, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. I mean, we'll always welcome any input like that. So we're happy to take that away. That's absolutely no problem at all. We will have to come back to you with the figures on receptacles. There has been an increase, but in terms of what that is, I will need to confirm by each type of receptacle. Again, if you've suggestions around improvements to those, again, we'll take that offline if that's okay, and we'll work with all members around that. There are no, obviously, when we brought the proposals forward last year, there were no changes to receptacles proposed because of the costs involved with that. But if there are improvements we can do to encourage people to take ownership and look after their receptacles, then we'll do that. That's not a problem. And obviously that efficiency work that you just mentioned, we'll catch up with you separately offline if that's okay.
Yeah. I recall 3 or 4 years ago, Katie, you said to me it's a pity the recycling isn't a production line, but actually that's exactly what it is, because you've got a process, you've got a product. So yeah, we'll take it up offline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Almost at the end, coming back to where we started, Councillor Bithell.
Just a quick one, really. You know, we're very self-critical very often, and this is an excellent report, and I think we've all said that. Yes, we've still got progress to make in certain areas, but it's a very, very encouraging report and very welcome. And I think just to put things in picture, I mean, last week on BBC News, it was talking about introducing food waste, making it mandatory in England. And that came as a shock because we've been doing it for so many years here in Wales and doing it successfully. They haven't started there. And local authorities in England, like Shropshire, saying we can't afford to do this, you know, and hoping that's going to be a let out for them. You know, we've come a long way. We've still got a way to go, but I don't think we should underestimate the achievements that we have made as an authority and our local residents as well in supporting us in this, and again, Welsh Government taking a lead on this as well. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Chris. Councillor Banks.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not going to stay on for long. You'll be pleased to know. I've got to say, it's nice that Michelle got mentioned again, because Michelle's absolutely fantastic. She's a star, isn't she? And it's amazing how many times her name just to give her a little plug. She came out to Llanasa WI last week, did a fantastic talk to the ladies there. I was the only gentleman present, so I did feel a bit intimidated, to be honest. So, but it was brilliant and fair dues to her. She does that a lot. Right, I've got to say, the on my account app, that should have been in place for when we started this, really, shouldn't it? You know, that's what we were after. Didn't happen. That would have saved been such a help at the time, wouldn't it? It would have been massive. And a lot of the things with misreporting and things could have been so much difference to start with, but getting ironed out now, better late than never, I suppose, but that would have been a fantastic help. Now, all I wanted to say was I just wanted to thank the committee for allowing the service the time to actually bring this back to you without it feeling rushed, because you've got a true reflection of where things are heading because of that. Because at first it was going to come straight after Christmas, wasn't it? Which would have been too early. Now you've had 6-month figures, you know roughly where it is for the 9 months, which is brilliant. I mean, you know, it's at the moment it's in a remarkable place, to be fair, from where it is just over 12 months ago. It's absolutely amazing. I've got to say, massive big up for all the officers and everyone involved in street scene for doing this. All the, you know, everyone on the rounds and everything, everyone's involved in it. General public, if they haven't done this, we're nothing without them. Absolutely nothing. So, you know, they've took it all on board. They're the ones that's produced the 18% extra food waste for us to pick up, which is, you know, so big up for them as well. It's been all round. Everybody's played their part in this. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Banks. Right, we've got no more speakers. We'll move to the recommendation, which you can see on page 128. There's 3 recommendations at the moment, and it's being proposed to put forward 2 further recommendations. Do you want to?
Yeah, so I'll just.
Please.
So the 2 extra recommendations, as suggested by Councillor Peers, are at number 4, Scrutiny accepts street scenes reasons for the reported missed bin collections and the proposals to deal with the challenges listed on pages 132 and 133 of the report. And number 5, Scrutiny will further review street scenes responses to these challenges in recommendation 4 in 6 months' time and improvements made. Thank you.
Sorry, do we have a seconder for that? Seconded. Okay, do we have a show of hands in favour of those recommendations? That's fully carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we shall now move on to agenda item 11. which is land ownership and one council approach. And if I can hand over to the Chief Officer.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hopefully this shouldn't take too long. This report's come about really from conversations with members, and I know Councillor Sean Bibby, we've had conversations, and yourself, Councillor Evans, as well, around certain parcels of land where the ownership isn't known, or is, you know, it's questionable as to which department's responsible for it. So at the moment, all council publicly accessible land owned by the council comes under different types of land, whether it's adopted highway, we've got public open spaces, we've got housing land, public rights of way. There's a whole list which is detailed within the report under section 1.03. So you can see the various types of land that we're responsible for. So over the last 18 months, Street Scene and Transportation have been working very closely with housing communities to try and improve how we respond to waste issues or environmental concerns. It could be things like overgrown hedges and foliage, low-hanging branches and so on. So we're trying to improve how we respond to that collectively as a unified team, rather than it being confusion and people saying, oh, it's not street scenes, it's not housings, you know, and we have this situation where we're duplicating effort, it causes confusion and frustration with members. So purpose of this report really is to outline a new approach to how we tackle waste management and environmental issues on publicly accessible council-owned land, and that's regardless of which portfolio is responsible for the land or the assets. So we've tried to do that within the report. I'm not going to go into you know, the detail. Obviously you can see in the report how we propose to deal with each piece of land. We try to list them all out, and then what the rationale is in terms of who would respond. I think the proposal in the main is that Street Scene would clear the land, and then we'd have a recharge mechanism in place with pre-agreed rates, schedule of rates between departments, so that we clear the land initially and then we recharge, whether it's valuation and estates, whether it's public rights of way, whether it's housing land, so that we deal with the issue, and then it sorts that complaint out straight away, and then we can essentially argue about who pays for it afterwards. Because that seems to be the bone of contention all the time. With, you know, instead of us trying to, you know, it's tennis email going back and forth trying to find out, well, whose land is it? Let's just cut to the chase and let's deal with the problem and get it resolved. The other issue you need to be aware of is keep Wales tidy, monitor local authorities in terms of the local environment quality. So there's what we call it LEAMS, which is Local Environmental Audit and Management System. So we have a survey that's taken place annually since about 2007-8, and it measures and reports on street cleanliness. There are moves afoot to actually extend that to include all publicly accessible land. So that will include housing assets and amenity areas, and not just the adopted highway. In the past, it's just been centred on the adopted highway. So some of what we're doing will try and address some of those issues, because if we don't, then our performance is going to be unfavourable, basically. So we do need to do something about it. So some of what we're doing as well will help tackle some of that going forward. In terms of our, in terms of enforcement, we've got a further report coming to you, I think, in June on the forward work programme around the enforcement policy and fly tipping. So that'll come separately. But what we're trying to do is put processes in place to try and resolve how we respond more quickly and more effectively to reports of waste issues on council-owned land. Where it's private land, we obviously we don't clear any fly-tipped waste on private-owned land, but we will look to support Natural Resources Wales or the landowner if we have their permission to take enforcement action if it's feasible. It does depend on the type of waste that's deposited and whether there's any evidence within that waste. So hopefully that will help with some of those issues that you keep bringing to our attention. with fly tipping on council-owned land, we will always investigate that before we clear it, regardless of the type of land it is. So if it's a mattress, it's more difficult because you won't know who's dumped it there unless we've got cameras or someone's witnessed it happening. Where it's black sack waste, then it will involve our enforcement teams potentially going there and investigating whether there's any evidence within the waste to identify where it's come from. So they will always do that, and when we come to June, we'll go into more detail around that going forward. Where the land is not known, so where we think it's still council-owned land, but it's not clear whose ownership it belongs to. What we're proposing is that there's a corporate fund set up to be able to enable us at least to clear the land and tidy it up, but that it doesn't. That cost doesn't fall to one portfolio or another, that it's dealt with centrally. So what we're asking in this report is that there's a small fund, typically about £5,000 is what we're talking about. It's not going to be a massive amount of money, so that we can at least have the opportunity to be able to respond to those situations. And I know I've included a specific example within the report to just give you a flavour of the kinds of issues we're having, but hopefully those examples will show you, why we're doing what we're doing, just to make it easier for us all to manage. Following this, with subject to the support from this committee, we'll take this to Cabinet, and then we'll adopt it as a protocol for all portfolios going forward. As I say, we've tried to highlight within the report some of the collaborative work that's been going on with housing already. We've worked very, very closely to tackle some of the issues we've been having with waste, and some of that's around some of the flats as well and communal collection points. And we've put a lot of individual bin stores in place now at some of the flats, and we've tried to take it as it's not just a case of clearing the land. We're trying to prevent it from happening in the first place. Some of it's been around target hardening, working with residents to try and engage and educate people as well. And then obviously enforcement, clearance, and then the compliance side at the end. So we have been doing a lot of work, and that's still continuing as well. We still meet on a quarterly basis to review our action plan. So we've got a joint action plan between the two portfolios, and hopefully that's something that can expand with other portfolios going forward as well. So open to questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Bibby.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Won't sort of go into great detail because the example that's been given in my ward is one that has been, in discussions for a very, very long time. Welcome the report and the recommendation that a centrally corporate fund is made available, so we can get the process of actually clearing some of these sites rather than the whole pass the parcel, which I think has been going on. One thing that does concern me is, and this is, again, going back to the similar issues that we've heard with the missed collections, is, let's say, for example, using the example in my own ward with those particular alleyways, a resident phones the contact centre to report a fly tipping incident. Where does it go? That's the question, because what's happened is that, and what you're saying, Katie, is that street scene then get involved and then there's a decision afterwards. But in my experience, things are just left there for weeks and months, and everyone just basically says, no, we're not touching it, we're not doing it. We've even had cases where enforcement have actually been able to find the evidence, find somebody, and then 2 months later it's still there and nobody's picked it up. So I think hopefully the processes are going to be then put in place for us to deal with it. But what concerns me is when a resident phones up, reports a fly tip at a particular location, what happens then at the contact centre? Is it then being passed on to, because another issue is in land that communal sites around the housing estates, which are clearly the responsibility of the estate caretakers and the housing department. People phone up the contact centre, again, doesn't get fed back. So I think we need to get the communication channel. So once a CRM is logged, it is known exactly where it needs to be sent to. Also, I think, and the example in my ward, I think the confusion has become, because it's a legacy issue of local government reorganisation. You know, it was done many, many years ago with an external grant. I think the other issue I've got is that there's disputes now emerging over the actual boundaries of where the council's ownership is, but I'll leave that for outside this meeting. But yeah, I welcome it. But yeah, I've just got some concerns about resident phones up at the contact centre. We've got this approach. How are we ensuring that the query ends up going to the right person? Because I've heard anecdotally as well that estate caretakers are having a lot of problems with fridges and freezers. They've basically been told not to take them to the HRC sites, but to report them to Street Scene to pick them up. I'll have the confidence when I see it in action, you know, everyone actually sort of integrating everything.
Okay, thanks. Can I just add to that? Yeah, that was sort of my point with the, whilst this is a very welcome report, I think it's the admin and the implementation as it feeds down to make sure it works. And I think that's where we've got our concerns, but hopefully they'll be addressed.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate the feedback. And obviously behind this is just agreeing the principles really, that you're comfortable with. This is our approach. Behind this, there'll need to be a more detailed action plan with us. You know, we'll have to write scripts for the contact centre about, in this scenario, it's this, in this scenario, it's that. So there's going to be a bit of a training programme we're going to have to go through with the contact centre so they understand the difference between street scene and housing. We won't, you know, there will still be situations where the estate caretakers will be responsible for clearance of waste if it's on, you know, certain properties. If it's, we won't be clearing stuff out of people's gardens, but if it's on, say, garage land, it might be that we do. So you know that there is a difference, but we've agreed those protocols with housing already. As I say, we're meeting regularly now to iron out any issues. And not so long ago, there was an issue with mattresses from estate caretakers. Now we've got an issue with fridges, but they can't be taken to our household recycling centres. They need to be dealt with differently, which is why we're collecting them. So that's been agreed locally with housing. So that's the arrangement that we need to stick to for now. They're not suitable to go to the because they're not classed as household waste in the same way as a resident taking their own fridge freezer. So they have to be treated differently. So hopefully, you know, some of the processes that we're going to have to put in place once we've had support from this committee and cabinet, you know, hopefully those processes will be in place and it'll improve exactly what you've, this past the parcel issue. It's one of my frustrations. So currently what tends to happen is the customer phones contact centre, reports a fly tip, contact centre immediately assume it's street scenes. So then we end in this situation where we then look at where it is and go, it's not street scenes responsibility for that particular land. So then we end up in this tennis email situation with discussing it between different portfolios going, whose land is it? So why don't we just let street scene clear it? Then there's no arguments and then we'll recharge afterwards. If everybody assumes it's street scenes, it's just simpler, both for the customer, for the contact centre and for you as members.
Sean, microphone, please.
I think just going back some time, I'm probably saying good 20 years ago, when obviously resources and funding were a lot more abundant, well, compared to what they are now. I think what used to happen was Street Scene just used to do everything. And the reality is, once those budgets were getting constrained, the coordinators and the staff were actually going, well, hang on a minute, are we actually supposed to be doing this? But I think that's what used to happen from what Street Scene just used to do everything. And people obviously got used to it. And I think that's where a lot of the confusion come from.
Okay, sorry about that. I've just been notified there is some workshop at 3 o'clock, so that might be why some people are leaving, but we shall carry on. Councillor Bithell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Katie, for the report. At least we're acknowledging we've got a problem, because I think most of us have got an alleyway somewhere like this. They're more prominent in certain areas than elsewhere, but nonetheless, we've all got these problems, and it has been a parcel exercise in the past, and in the end, nobody picked up the parcel, and again, that wasn't very helpful to us as local members, or indeed to the people who are suffering from these particular conditions in those areas. I got a particular back alleyway in my ward, and somebody kept on sticking old mattresses against the gable end wall of a particular house, making it look as it was this lady who was actually putting the mattresses out. It wasn't, you know. So that kind of thing happens regularly, and you know, again, we've got other alleyways with council houses or former council houses backing onto this area, and private houses. I suppose legally speaking, the owners of those particular properties have a responsibility for that particular alleyway they back onto. But again, with the sale of council houses, most of them are not council houses anymore, they're private houses. So it's been an irresolvable problem in the past for us, really, and one which has been sort of too difficult, as it were, to embark upon. So I welcome this as a step in the right direction. I'm just concerned again, you know, about private land too. I know we can't take responsibility for that, but you know, very often, you know, with private land which has become dumping areas, it's not always clear who owns that land. For example, absentee landlords and what have you. So you know, it gets left there and so on. You know, that's a problem again for another day maybe, but it's something we have to resolve. And my other concern is in the fly tipping issue. And again, this has been highlighted nationally, hasn't it? It's not just a local problem. We had a local problem with a large amount of rubbish being dumped in the Queen's Ferry area, and that was going to cost over £1 million, I think, the quotations that we were getting to remove that. I don't know where we are with regard to that, but again, there's been evidence of this happening in South Wales, in England, and so on and so forth. I was just wondering whether, in fact, there are any moves nationally to the WLGA or the LGA to try to combat that, because again, it's an impossible task. We're dealing with organised crime groups here who are dumping this on land, and it's the local authorities who've got to pick up the bill for this. I'm just wondering whether, in fact, there are any moves, or can there be any moves on a national level to deal with this? They talk about taking, you know, the driving licenses away from people who do this, catching them as a thing, isn't it? And again, in this day and age, when you've got CCTV, we've got drones, we've got satellites up there, is there any way, you know, nationally, this can be tackled, because it's going to become an ongoing problem, and these organised crime gangs are very, very slick and polished, and they're doing this, and they're doing this on a regular basis, and we can't possibly pick up the bill. So I'm just wondering whether this has been raised, you know, through various organisations representing chief officers and so on, or the LGA or WLGA, where we can actually get some more help in tackling these problems, because they're frightening when they do occur, aren't they, in terms of the financial imposition on those authorities.
Okay, well, that's Katie.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And, you know, as you mentioned, the Queen's Ferry was linked to organised crime, and the investigations are ongoing, which have been led by Natural Resources Wales. But it is a national issue, definitely. And, you know, my understanding is on the radar with Welsh Government that, you know, they are looking at it, and nationally I think UK Government are as well. So, you know, it's been highlighted recently in the news, hasn't it, with some of the significant illegal landfills, and they're different to fly tips that we have to deal with. We're dealing with small scale fly tipping, but, you know, the types of fly tipping you just referenced are, you know, huge landfills that are illegal, and they have significant links with organised crime. So I think that's what you're referring to. You know, we will have a role to play if that's done on council land, clearly. But Natural Resources Wales would always lead on any investigation in terms of large-scale fly tips like that. But that's something we can certainly flag through any WLGA meetings that we go to, or, you know, any national forums for waste, and the Regional Ministerial Programme Board. We can certainly bring it up at those forums.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rose.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I in generally in favour of this. There's been a few issues in our ward a couple of times, and the support we had, first of all, for finding the ownership of the land, had to go through several departments, and it was forgotten land really that ended up it was owned by the council previous to housing that was built in the 40s sort of thing. And thanks to the people like Adriana sort of thing who helped sort that out. So that was it worked out quite well. And I'm definitely in favour of having one place to go in terms of sorting issues like this out. Just to clarify that this is an overall change to that is what would happen, as in we wouldn't go to housing to sort out, we'd come to street scene, and street scene would be the single point for this, or is this just for the unknown land? I think it would be good if we had one point for everything. That would be quite clear as to who to go to and then subcharge whichever department. The only clarity from that would be for those areas where we don't know who owns it, is part of this going to be to then allocate that to a department to make certain that that doesn't happen again? My fear is obviously that we clean up a land and still no one takes ownership of it, and we're in the same boat 6 months down the line because nothing more's been done to stop the issues. Is that also going to be included in this? Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rose. So in section 1.06, we've tried to outline every type of public land that the council owns and manages currently, and how we intend to approach it. There will be places, I think, give you an example is the Clwydian Range. Street scene are not going to have operatives going up onto the Clwydian Range to clear fly tips. That clearly needs to stay with countryside services. There's going to be examples like that. But if it's a footpath in a town centre somewhere, then maybe that's something that street scene should pick up. So there are going to be some practicalities around it on the ground. We've tried to, explain how we currently manage it and what the proposed future management would be and what the rationale is behind each type of land. So there are going to be some anomalies because, the one I just gave it as an example. And obviously we still need to agree some things, particularly around the Gwella leisure recreational assets. So at the moment we are still in conversations with Gwella and colleagues over in Valuation and Estates about how we approach that. So at the moment we're going to maintain that as it is currently, but it may be changed in the future potentially. And similarly, there are things like the allotments that we wouldn't be responsible for in street scene. They would fall to the town and community councils that manage them. So there are some, if you'll see through the report, there are some anomalies as well that don't meet, the street scene approach. But I think in the main, you'll see through the report, we are proposing that street scene in the interim do the clearance, the enforcement, and that ensures as well then it's captured on the fly capture recording system as well, so we can report it accurately. So that's one thing we discovered when we were working closely with housing. They were claiming that there were fly tips happening on housing, publicly accessible housing land is what I'm talking about. But it wasn't being captured anywhere because it wasn't being recorded via street scene. So some of what we're doing is trying to resolve some of those issues as well to make sure it is captured everywhere. So what we propose with those parcels of land is that housing will log those waste issues, report them to street scene, we'll clear it, we will carry out any enforcement action that we can carry out, and then we'll recharge the clearance costs to housing, and that's what we've agreed. So providing that that's approved by yourself, well, supported by yourselves and approved by Cabinet, that's the approach we intend to take going forward.
Okay, did that answer your question, Councillor Rose?
Just the last one in terms of, the example used in Shotton sort of thing where the land is unknown. Has that now been allocated to do a department, or is that still an unknown scenario sort of thing in terms of going forward with that?
Well, currently it's still land that's in unknown ownership, but obviously once this is approved, we need an approved approach because there is no budget allocated to be able to deal with that, the waste issues on that land. But obviously if it was attributed to a particular portfolio or there was a corporate fund that would help to resolve those issues, then we'd be able to take it forward much more quickly. So that's what we're trying to resolve.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Right, thank you, Chair. Apologies, but as the debate's gone on, I've got slightly confused and I'd like some clarification, if I may. We talked initially about having some corporate fund, corporate fund, and you suggested £5,000. So we got a pot of £5,000. Then you've talked about any fly tipping on the housing land you will deal with and then recharge the housing. So you've got the fund. Would that not come from the fund? It would come direct from housing. Yeah. So what is the actual fund for if you're charging direct to the portfolio? And the other issue is that we talked about different portfolios, but at the end of the day, it's all council land, isn't it? Irrespective of which portfolio it is. Would it not be better to have a central pot allocated to street scene on behalf of the council, and you deal with the fly tipping issues as and when they arise, irrespective of which portfolio it is? At the end of the day, it's council land. You know, that's just, you may blow me out the water, that's fine, but I just need to know, you know, what approach we're using and why can't we do that? Thank you.
I think there are different approaches happening in different portfolios. To answer your question, and obviously there are different pots of funding as well. You know, HRA is used for housing. You know, we can't have that in street scene. So you know that there are different pots of funding. In terms of the ownership of so land that's not where it's council publicly, so start again. It's publicly accessible council-owned land, but the ownership is not known. What we're proposing is that there's a corporate fund for those parcels of land, because we can't, we don't know. It's not street scenes. It's not public rights of way. It's not housings. It's not valuation estates, and we've got no record of who maintained it. And you know, that example that Councillor Rose mentioned earlier on, it could be historical from years and years ago, and it's that piece of the land has just been left, and we can't prove which portfolio should be using it. So we need a corporate. What we're saying is a small pot of funding just to be able to clear the land, tidy it up, dispose of the waste, and so on. Rather than we say, right, it's got to be street scenes. Well, it hasn't, because it's not adopted highway, so it's not street scenes. So this is what it keeps landing at street scenes door, but there's no mechanism to pay for it. And all I'm doing is, you know, I'm just taking on the burden of dealing with waste that's no budget for, which just adds to our overspend. So it's not sustainable, unfortunately. To try and make it easier for customers, for members, we feel that it would be easier for street scene in the majority of cases to clear the land and then have a schedule of rates up front for other portfolios, so that they know if it's 2 operatives to clear X amount of waste, this is what the cost is going to be. We can give them an indicative transport cost. What we won't know is the disposal costs, because it depends on the type of waste and whether it's hazardous or non-hazardous, and it depends on the volume of waste that's dumped. So those, you know, and it's similar with things like overgrown hedges or trees. Again, depending on we can give, you know, an hourly rate, the scheduler rates for vehicles and transport and staff, but what we won't know is the volume of work involved. So if it takes 2 days, 3 days, so on, to clear the land, but at least if you've got a schedule of rates, you can try and estimate it. But at the moment, we don't have any mechanism, and the problems with, you know, some of these environmental issues that are happening is they're just getting left because we can't agree on who should be responsible and which portfolio should take the lead. So this just clarifies that. So what we're saying is street scene will take the lead, and then we'll recover the costs afterwards.
Chair, if I can perhaps just give a view from a different portfolios perspective, if that makes sense. So I've obviously only been at with the council for 6 months, but I've been in a couple of meetings with Katie and others where we've gone round and round and round in terms of whose responsibility it is to clear any given site. And I think we're all agreed the amount of money around that table that it's costing to actually often not come to any agreement is a sort of waste of time and money. And I think it's fair to say from a member's perspective, you're really not bothered who clears this mess up. You just want it cleared up pronto, because we understand, you'll be getting it in the neck from your residents, So this whole one council approach really is to speed up that process. The important thing of getting the mess cleared up, which is, what residents want and what I think you as members really want. And then it kind of streamlines that in-house debate, for want of a better phrase, in terms of where the responsibility lies. So it quickens up the clearance, and then we can have that debate between the officers after the event, if that makes sense. And if we can't come to an agreement, then whose portfolio responsibility is, then it comes from the corporate pot, because the reality is we're spending a lot of time at the moment just debating in terms of which portfolio pays for it. So it's just about streamlining and efficiency really, and getting the job done quicker. And that's the intention of the report in essence.
Right, thank you for the clarity. Just prompt a question. So we've got a corporate fund. Does mention in the report where that is coming from? Do you have to go cap in hand now back to the cabinet member for finance and say, we need this money? But rather than go on your own, you'll have the support of your fellow chief officers to say, we agree. And how long do you think that the 5,000 would last?
Based on my experience of, the number of cases we've had over the last 2 or 3 years of parcels of unknown ownership, parcels of land, sorry, there've been very, very few. The two roads that I just gave an example in the report from Councillor Bibby's ward is one of the most recent, but I'd say we probably have 2 or 3 of those a year. So that's what I've based that cost on. When we write the cabinet report, we'll need to include that in the resources section, and obviously, yes, we will have to request it through cabinet.
Okay, thank you very much. No further speakers. I'll move to the recommendations on page 168. And can I have a mover? Moved. Seconded? Seconded. Show of hands, those in favour. And that's carried. Thank you very much. Just to let anybody know that was due to that 3 p.m. workshop, it has been cancelled. So, Glenn, you don't have to worry anymore. Right, we're coming to the last agenda item, but we should officially take a 5-10 minute comfort break. Unless everybody's happy to carry on. So, 5-minute comfort break? Okay, well, we'll break now and rejoin at 3:15. Okay, welcome back to the Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee. We'll now move on to agenda item 12, progress update on setting 30-mile-an-hour speed limits on restricted roads. I'll hand over to the Chief Officer.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just speak very briefly before handing over to Anthony and Lee. So Anthony Stanford, Transportation Manager's online, and so is Lee Schoen, Transport Strategy Manager, who'll take you through the report. But very, very quickly, this is a report that's been requested by the Scrutiny Committee following some workshops that were held back in October 2024 and April 2025. I think this, from memory, members wanted a formal report to give an update on just report back on progress to date and what the changes have been in terms of the legislation as well. So I'll hand over to Anthony, if that's okay. Anthony, and then Anne-Lee Schoen. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, just following on from Katie's introduction there. Obviously, as we say, this was requested by the Scrutiny Committee following the scrutiny-led workshops that were held, as many of you will remember, back in October of 24 and also April of last year. And this was, of course, in relation to the change in Welsh Government legislation for restricted roads, or the introduction of 20 mile an hour, as a lot of people know it as, and also the subsequent change in guidance that has since happened in relation to the 30 mile an hour speed limits. So the purpose of this report is to provide an overview of the change of the Welsh Government legislation, which was introduced in September 2023. And as you'll remember, this saw the default speed limit on restricted roads change from 30 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour across Wales. And it also details the difficulties that Flintshire and other local authorities, in fact, had with the limited scope of that initial exceptions criteria at the time of that legislation change. The report goes on to reference the more recent changes to the Welsh Government 30 miles per hour criteria, which came about in July 2024. And as you'll remember, this replaced the old exceptions criteria and came about following Welsh Government's listening programme. And the report also references the process that followed with the engagement of the Flintshire public, and that was in relation to the roads they wanted to see return to 30 miles per hour. So as everybody will know, going back to the initial exceptions criteria, it was very limited. Councils were very limited in what they could actually introduce as exempt from the overall legislation change, and it very much saw a blanket 20 mile an hour speed limit come about. There was then that Welsh Government listening programme, and that kick-started, as I mentioned there, it kick-started all the liaisons with the public and receiving requests from members of the public on those roads they wanted to see return to 30 miles per hour. The only issue is, though, at the time, we hadn't actually received the revised guidance for 30 when we were going out and asking people, so that didn't help. But that small thing aside, we did receive a lot of requests, as you'll be aware. We then undertook a number of engagement exercises with members as well. Many of you were there via a number of workshops, and that was keeping members updated. The report also goes on to provide an update of the existing 20 mile an hour restricted roads in Flintshire, which have since qualified for an increased 30 mile an hour speed limit when assessed in accordance with that revised criteria. And we've also provided clarification of the traffic regulation order process and the implementation programme. So reference 1.11 of the report provides an update of all of the A and B classification roads, which are all now complete. And then the following section, reference 1.12 of the report, details the current status of the C and unclassified roads as well. I would like to highlight that following completion of the report, there has been further progress made in relation to the C and unclassified road net programme. And I'll go through these briefly now, if I may. But before I do, what I did want to say is that obviously the main purpose of this report is obviously to provide that background as to why we had the workshops, the change in legislation and what have you. But the main purpose of the report is to provide an update on the current programme. And I say this because there's probably a real danger with this report that we could get sucked into the finer details of the criteria and individual roads and individual requests. And I think we may run a risk of being here all day. We might need to actually hold a separate session on that. So if it's okay with everyone, I would ask if there are any sort of specific queries relating to individual roads or assessments or parts of the criteria that members contact either myself or Lee and the team after the meeting, and we can arrange a separate meeting to discuss. So if I may, I will just go on to just providing an update on the C and unclassified roads. So obviously the A and B classified roads, I mentioned that they're all implemented now. as is shown in 1.11. 1.12, since writing the report, Deeside Industrial Park, we are having to re-advertise that due to a valid objection received in relation to the statement of reasons. In relation to Deeside, Green Lane East in particular, the delegation report has since been signed, and we'll be ready to be implementing on site very soon. In terms of Sandycroft, third on the list, again, delegation report has since been signed and will be ready to implement on site shortly. And the same goes for Mould. We'll also be ready to implement on site very soon. In Buckley, Jubilee Road, we've completed the delegation report again. However, there's a recommendation not to progress based on some of the objections received. And there will be, if they haven't taken place already, some discussions with members from the team taking place. And Connors Quay, Wepper Lane, the delegation report is in progress. So we've made quite a lot of progress, as I say, since writing the report. Given we are at such an advanced stage now with the C and unclassified roads in the second part of the programme, there will be, I don't want to use the word downtime because there's never downtime with regards to this project, but if you like, the process that the team's been dealing with going through the process of advertisements, assessing the objections impartially and getting those reports prepared. The next stage of a lot of those now going out on site waiting to be implemented, it does kind of give a bit of a breather to the team. So what they will be doing now is looking at the third part, which will be the progression of the buffer speed limits on the A and B classification road network. So that is something that will be starting imminently. As I say, there is quite a bit of detail in the report with regards to traffic order processes and what have you, and I hadn't intended to go through all of that, but as I say, it was mainly to provide the update. So I'm happy to take any questions or to explain anything in greater detail. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. First question from me. On the C roads and unclassified, yeah, you didn't mention the Evans Way one, which is down as Queen's Ferry, but it's actually Shotton, but not picking on that one. Just there was 2 objections received. Just wondering what the status is on that one, please.
Okay, bear with me. Sorry, I'll just go back to that table now. Bear with me. Yeah, because I only mentioned, as I say, by exception in terms of the updates on that. So Evans Way, the delegate. Yeah, so the report has been drafted on that, and it's just currently being reviewed. So, sorry, I should have said, made a bit more clear on those C and unclassified roads that I commented on it. I was just providing any updates from the initial table that's already enclosed within the report. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions from members? Councillor Pearce?
Right, thank you, Chair. We've waited for this for quite a while, but it's quite a comprehensive report. I'll firstly look at the requested roads. There is a duplication there. Drury New Road on there is twice. I'd really like to just touch on the assessment process itself. Going back to June, July 2025, the call for roads to be considered was put out, and according to the report, over 1,000 requests. But when they were filtered, they come down to 82 roads. Whether it's 81 with a duplicate, that's neither here nor there. My concern is that those roads that did not qualify to revert to 30 mile an hour should have had a written explanation as to why the request was not accepted, with a possible appeal process. This is how it works in planning. Planning will give a reason why an application is refused, and why can that be done in this situation. I think it's right and proper that we have a valid reason why those why those should have had an explanation. At the end of the day, it's not 1,000 roads, it's 82 roads. And I want to talk about perhaps the consistency of the assessment. It talks in a report about the introduction across Wales from September 2023. You have to remember that in Buckley, one of the 8 pilot areas, we had it imposed from March 2022, just before the election. And apparently, according to some members of the public, it was our fault, and it did cause problems in the run up to the election. But here we are. We got through that. So when we talk about the 20 mile an hour, I've experienced it now for 4 years in the community that I represent. And I want to use this as an example. I don't want to be broke. I want to use this as an example where we have the A549, which was requested to be looked at. And I would seek a reassessment of that for the following reasons I'm going to give you. But I think we need this as an example because the pilot in Buckley was a blanket 20 miles an hour, but the A road was left at a 30. There was no criteria to leave that at 30 miles an hour. There was no problems. It ran for 18 months. When the default speed limit across Wales came in September 23, that instantly reverted to 20 miles an hour. And it's probably based on the criteria of 20 houses per kilometre. But there are certain areas of that road that don't qualify. And having looked at the new documentation, which has been kindly provided with the report about place criteria, road characteristics, etc., I feel that has not been considered. For example, we've got a 20 mile an hour road, 3.5 miles long. Surely that's not the intention of the legislation. Along that road, we have at least 8 pelican crossings and crossing islands. Why would we need 8 or more crossings on a 20 mile an hour road? It screams out to be put back to 30 miles an hour. In the place criteria document, the current one, it talks about road characteristics, and it talks about the road characteristics where it talks about segregated facilities, safe crossings for pedestrians. We have them. So I'm not going to dwell any more on that, but I think there's a reason there for a reassessment of that A road through Buckley, because in the report it talks about the potential benefits of setting the higher speed limit. It's a major bus route. It carries freight. I've recently contacted the council about the amount of vehicles that's speeding along that road. And I'm not talking 25, I'm talking 50 miles an hour. That's been reported. And I know Lee has responded to one of my residents about that. So I think we need to have a look at how the assessment was done. I want to use another road. I don't want to be parochial, but another road. It was 30. It went to 20. Dead straight, no bends, street lights, white lines. It went to 20. The complaints I got were horrendous. When it was reassessed, oh yeah, we're going to make it 50. We've reassessed it. Oh, hang on, no, we're going to make it 40 because we can't go from 50 to 20. It's too much of a transition. And then later on, I found across the county, we did indeed have situations where it transitions from 50 down to 20. But I accepted that. And then we had a written response that, yeah, we've reassessed it, it's going to be 40. I put that on my Christmas newsletter because I had it in writing. Oh, yeah, we've changed our mind, it's now going to be 30 again. So we've gone right round in a circle. To be honest, we don't know where we are sometimes with this. So I'm talking about a consistent approach. I'm talking about common sense. And I'm talking about feedback. All those people who took the trouble to contact the council and say, look, could you have a look at this? Yes, there's been a number of roads. I don't know what the percentage is. Perhaps you can explain the number of roads that have qualified against the number of roads being assessed. But surely people would expect a response. I'm not saying you respond to all 1,000 people who actually submitted, but as you say in the report, it's filtered out into 82 roads. Surely you can put a table together with those roads and give the reasons why they haven't been accepted. I'm not going to hang on any more about that, Chair, but I sincerely hope that I will take up the offer that Anthony made at the beginning, that I will contact them with a view to reassessing the A549 based on the new criteria. So thank you for listening, Anthony and Lee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anthony, let's respond.
Yes, thanks to Councillor Pearce for those questions. I'll just cover those. In terms of his first point there with regards to the assessment process, then you know, you're exactly right. When we do those speed limit assessments, we have the criteria, we have a standard table. Now, if a speed limit does not meet the criteria, it's not a case of somebody just licking a finger, sticking it in the air, saying, "No, that's it," and it's not recorded. There is a full detailed assessment, and that schedule is in existence. I think we'd also offered during the members' feedback when we were providing details in those workshops of those roads that did or didn't meet the criteria, that we would be happy to meet with members to go through the reasons why at the time, and that offer still stands as we mentioned before. So if there are any roads that people would like to reassess, or you feel that the outcome is incorrect, inconsistent, then as I said at the start, we can certainly have those meetings. But certainly that information is there. It is open and transparent. And I guess the same sort of links to point number 2 with regards to the reassessment of the A549. Again, we won't go into the specifics in this meeting because we will be here forever, and we'd need to have the team here with their assessments to actually comment on those findings as to why a certain decision was given. But we can take up those points with members and with Councillor Pearce in that meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Anthony. Can I just come back then? Where you talk about you offered to members and to meet with members, I'm also talking about members of the public that took the trouble to put these in. And when you talk about those assessments being open and transparent, if you could provide the location for those, I will take a look. But thank you for the offer of reassessing roads that we would like reassessed, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rose.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Councillor Pearce has said a lot of what I wanted to say. I will declare I do live on the A549 and can confirm that many residents still want that to be 30 mile an hour. And also, the problem is not at the daytime with the speeding, it's at the nighttime. Living on this road, I can tell you just how many I hear going very clearly over 30, never mind 20. I think I understand where we're up to and things, but my frustrations are obviously the restrictions that are in place at the moment on those consultations. We've been told several times that you've got the flexibility to do what you want, essentially, is what's been implied to people. But also, I've seen several things where other counties have varied their rules differently. Is there any sort of network of routes where the officers are describing other techniques or other things that are being done in other counties that we can compare with? I think that would be interesting to note if there are other counties that have gone differently to the expectations of the rules currently, to know how they've done that, why they've done that, and what rules they've used to allow them to do it. And then secondly, obviously we've already had a couple of changes on this legislation on the rules that go with it. Are we expecting further changes at all with the feedback that goes back to legislation makers? Is that something that is forthcoming again, or is this where we are at the moment and there's nothing more expected in the guidance? Thanks.
Okay, Anthony.
Okay, thank you. In terms of, careful how I answer this, in terms of other authorities, then in terms of interpretations, approaches, strategies, however we want to call, whatever we want to call it, really, ultimately, the legislation's been passed and there's been a criteria, and as officers, we adhere to that criteria through the assessment. There has been what I would describe as quite a bit of misleading information along the basis of criteria. I think it always comes down to this point, criteria, arts advisory, you basically do what you want. That's not how it works at all. The criteria is there, it's set. Whether it be advisory or not, I think there's a play on words there. Ultimately, if you as a local authority deviate from that, you've got to evidence it. So if you're not going to follow the criteria, you've got to clearly demonstrate why you're not and that it's safe to do so. And that's been very much Flinch's approach throughout. We've had that backed up by expert legal advice, the UK's leading specialist in traffic law. We quote that many times, and to be sure in our position, because ultimately if you've got criteria and guidance and you just ignore it, and what's the point in having it? It's there for a reason, certainly with speed limits, to make sure that our roads are safe, and you've got to provide a consistent approach. I am personally aware, as I'm sure there'll be a lot of people aware, other authorities have done their own thing, but ultimately those people that have done their own thing, if something were to go wrong and an inappropriate speed limit had been set and we'd had casualties as a result, then that's up to them to defend that and to defend the reasons why they have chosen to take a different approach and depart from guidance. That goes with any sort of engineering scheme with guidance. If you choose to depart from it or request a departure, then you've got to have good reason for it if you're ever queried or questioned. So I can't really comment on other people's approaches, other than Flintshire have followed the correct legal process throughout. And if we're ever in a situation where we do need to defend our case as to why we've set a certain speed limit, we can do it with ease because we followed a consistent process, in a legally endorsed process. In terms of the second question there, with regards to expecting further changes, I've not personally heard that there's going to be any further changes to 20s or 30s. If there were rumours that 40s, 50s, and national speed limits were next on the radar to be looked into. I haven't heard any more on that. Or I guess there's the rumblings in the news as to people saying, oh, the 20 should be reversed and the whole thing should be scrapped. But again, that's just hearsay, isn't it, with certain political parties? But I've certainly not heard anything that there are going to be any additional changes. I think the existing the latest 30 mph criteria still needs to be updated to include roads that are not street lit. That's something that we raised with Welsh Government at the time. But again, I've not heard anything further on that. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I had to pop out, so I've just come in at the end of this. Can I just ask a question about the latest guidance from Welsh Government setting 30 mph speed limits on restricted roads? That sounds like there's going to be 30 mph restricted roads. But it can't be, because the restricted road is 20 mph in Wales. So shouldn't it be really de-restricting a restricted road instead of setting a restricted road to 30? Not a trick question.
It's no, it's not a trick question. It is an obvious question. I think they've not got a handle on the restricted an unrestricted road. It was previously restricted road. It's no longer, as you say, because restricted road is 20. So even in its title is not accurate. But within the 30 criteria, they only relate it to street-lit areas that were once 30, but they don't. But also, historically, 30-mile-an-hour can include roads that are not street lit, which they haven't updated in the guidance as yet. So there's a lot that still needs tweaking, albeit the title too.
I've challenged the Department for Transport. I've challenged Ken Skate directly about his explanatory note on the 20-mile-an-hour order, and both told me to go and get legal advice. So the people setting the law are telling me to go and ask somebody else for clarification about their own law, which is odd.
Okay.
Okay,
right.
Thanks.
Thank you. No further questions from anybody? No? Oh, Councillor Pearce. Again.
Would the committee accept 2 further recommendations to the report? If I just go through them. Recommendation 5 is that scrutiny notes that street scene and transportation will accept further representation from members to reassess specific non-qualifying roads. And recommendation 6, scrutiny notes that street scene and transportation will make available the reasons why requested roads did not qualify.
I'm happy to second that.
The recommendation...
That last one, could you just repeat that?
Scrutiny notes that street scene and transportation will make available the reasons why requested roads did not qualify.
Okay, Chief Officer.
Sorry, can I just ask a quick clarification question around that second one, around making available reasons why? To who? To members, or to public generally? Because that's going to be a significant piece of work for officers, which will obviously slow down the process that we're currently undertaking. So we would need some additional resources to be able to do that. So if you could answer that for me, that'd be great.
Yeah, during the comments from Anthony, he said that those reasons were open and transparent, and I meant that to be they were available. I was thinking you've got 82 roads. Some of those are already qualified, so that reduces that. You put a table on the website. It was part of a public consultation, and I think to finish that off, we have, thank you for all your 1,000 representations. Out of that, 82 roads were considered. This number of roads have been accepted, and then against the ones that didn't qualify, you just make a statement. Yeah, and that is available to everyone, and that is the conclusion of the public consultation. So you're asking people to contribute and spend their time, but there's nothing back in return, if you can see that.
Yeah, just my understanding there was that you were asking for reasons for why the 900 nod didn't get.
Yeah, it's not a response to every person. Following the filtration, there were 82 roads. So if you have a table, this is the road, it didn't qualify, and this was the reason it didn't qualify.
If it's permissible, Chair, can I suggest a slight amendment then, in that we publish, because I think I understood it that you wanted us to reply to everybody individually, so we haven't got the resources to be able to do that. If it means that's okay. That's why I wanted to clarify. But certainly in terms of publishing, we can put some sort of table online. That makes it much easier for us, so that's fine.
You take out the qualified roads, you've got a table, This is why. That's all it was. I didn't want you. No, I wouldn't have imposed that on you. I didn't want you. No, I didn't suggest that you reply to every person because I don't know. You know, the information isn't there, and I'm not looking for it. But when you've got requested roads, 82 roads with 1,000, like one of those roads may have had 50 requests. Another one may have just had one. It would give you the level of detail, but that's a different issue. So, I put those two. I put those two recommendations forward, and it's not about responding to individuals.
Okay, that's great. Can I just clarify, Margaret, that you're happy with the wording?
Yeah, I've only got will accept further. Number 5, can you just repeat the first one, please? Sorry. That scrutiny notes, that's...
Recommendation 5.
Yeah.
Recommendation 5. Scrutiny notes that street scene and transportation will accept further representations from members to reassess specific non-qualifying roads. And what I mean by that is I don't want to go to street scene and transportation and saying, look, I want you to reassess all these roads. That's why I put the word specific. Thank you.
Are we still going with make available, or are we changing it to publish? Yeah, we'll publish the reasons why requested routes will not qualify. Did not.
Requested roads, yeah. Did you say routes?
Okay, Anthony, you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just to make a point in relation to Councillor Pear's first additional recommendation there, because I think it's worthwhile in saying, because I'd corrected Welsh Government on a number of occasions, because as part of their listening programme, they sort of implied that, well, it's closed now, you can't make any more recommendations. And one thing that we always said repeatedly, and it links into Councillor Pear's comment there, that for the last 7-8 years, we've been doing a speed limit review of all roads in Flintshire, and we wanted to make the point that at no time does it ever close. And we made that point clear to Welsh Government. It's not a case of now be heard or, forever hold your breath. Not just for the 20-mile-an-hour or 30-mile-an-hour requests. Any speed limit at any time, it's a local member or member of the public's. They have got the ability to request a speed limit assessment, and that's not linked to this programme of work or anything. So I don't know whether we want to even amend it further still, but whether it's just to remind the committee that speed limit requests can be requested by member or by public at any time for an assessment. It's never considered closed, just by very nature of changing environments. It's always there, and it can always be requested. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Anthony. Councillor Pearce, and then I've got Councillor Bibby.
Yes, I don't wish to change the recommendation, because the recommendation was based on the offer made by Anthony in his comments during this meeting, and it was specific to this agenda item, and the recommendation follows from that. So I will leave it as it is. Thank you.
Councillor Bibby.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it brief, as obviously we've had a very, very long day. I mean, it would be this is not a specific request, because I imagine, but I think it would be very interesting if we were to total up the amount of officer hours that have been spent on this entire process, and how much of that time could have been spent on other things. Because, to be quite honest with you, I think the whole mess of this lies at Welsh Government. As far as I'm concerned, they made a very premature decision to go for default. I think this policy could have been, the way that this could have been rolled out is you could have basically said, right, what roads do you want to be 20 miles an hour? Provide the local authority with the money to do it, and then work through it that way. I think what we did is we did it backwards to default, and then, oh right, okay, well we're going to go ahead, and then we're going to look at reversion. I mean, it does, and I think just going to the point, and I know the authority has come under quite a lot of criticism because of the, the perceived time it's taken, number of roads, etc., into comparison with another authority. But I think what Anthony said has been very clear. We've taken a belt and braces approach, one that's backed up by legal advice. Another point that Anthony made was very pertinent. If Welsh Government are going to provide us with criteria, it seems to me rather disingenuous for ministers and civil servants to say, well, we've given you criteria, but why don't you deviate from it to get the process through quicker? It just seems to me that a policy that could have been very popular, that could have actually empowered communities, was a top-down imposition that caused a great deal of public backlash. And we've spent an enormous amount of expense, money which we struggled to find, an enormous amount of officer time. I mean, the amount of stress that I can imagine this has put officers through, the amount of stress it's put members through. I mean, Buckley was thrown into the fire straight away. It just seems to me that this could have been handled much better. And, this could have been a very positive policy. As I said, it could have empowered communities to make decisions for themselves. And I just feel it's a real shame the way it sort of ended, to be quite honest.
Thank you for that contribution. Okay, we have recommendations on the bottom of page 179. There's 4 that's written there, with the additional 2 that you've heard from Councillor Pearce. Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded. There a show of hands in favour of those recommendations. Okay, that's carried. And that concludes the meeting for today. Thank you all very much for your time.